Dámy a pánové, pohodlně se usaďte, za malou chvíli budeme začínat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please sit up. We are going to open our conference in a while.
Krásné dopoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good, beautiful morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in the hall, but also at the monitors of your PCs and television sets. It will be broadcasted today to your homes. I would like to welcome all of you at this conference of innovation in the environmental protection. My name is Vladimír Kořen, and I look forward very much to this morning because I'm a lover of life and especially lover of river life, and this is one of the topics which we are going to deal with today in depth. The conference is being held within the program of the Environment, Ecosystems and Climate Change, which is funded by the Norway funds in the period of 1214 to 1221. Administration is in the hands of the State Fund for the Environment, and the Czech partner of the project is the Ministry of Environment of the Czech Republic. During the past year, from Norway Fund, 156 projects were funded, which were focused on the increase of species diversity, improving ecosystem protection of waters and air, support of climate change adaptation here in the cities, in the regions, in the whole Czech Republic. I think it was money which was very useful, not only for us people, but also for the Czech nature. We will see some new ideas, improvements, and shortly what is called innovation. But at the very start, let us welcome the representatives of the State Environmental Fund. And it's Mr. Ivo Marcin, who is from the section for international cooperation. Let's give it up for him. Good morning. From me, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to open this conference today, and as a representative of the State Environmental Fund. And so I would like to welcome all of you, of our colleagues and those who are connected online in this Sojka Hall. As mentioned before, this conference, which is a two-day marathon race, so to say, of innovative projects, innovation projects, which we jointly, mainly with our Norwegian colleagues, I welcome them here, the Norwegian Environmental Agency and also the representatives of the Embassy of Norway in the Czech Republic. So during the program, Norway Fund program, we could develop that over the past few years, and it should be a culmination today, this conference. And the objective is 156 projects for about 900 million Czech crowns. And this is really about supporting environmental projects. And so the support from the Norwegian Fund has enabled us what you are going to witness here today. And this is focus on innovations in the environmental sphere. And the other target or objective is international cooperation. Therefore, this is my great pleasure to welcome here our foreign colleagues who, through their projects and programs, have inspired all of us, bringing new projects, new ways to go, new solutions, which I hope will contribute to the implementation of many additional programs and projects in the environmental sphere. The State Environmental Fund, for the 35 years of its existence, supported thousands of projects in the protection of environment. And nevertheless, this is exactly a program that enables us to see new solutions, to look for new ways, because all of you know that the present times are quite dynamic, not only in the socio-economic environment, but also exactly in the environmental protection sphere. And many of us can see that every day in the state, in the condition of the environment. I think that through the project, there's 17 projects that you will be able to see or listen to during these 2 days that have been supported by the Norway Funds project. You will see that new solutions, new ways are possible, and I will be very happy and I also am very thankful that you attend the conference, and I will be very happy to see if the environmental conference will bring along new possibilities and ways to search new ways and means of protecting the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending this conference. I wish you a pleasant experience, and with regard to our moderator, I thank him also very much that within this project there may be some natural miracles, and I will explain the context actually of this expression during the coffee break. So, Mr. Martin from the State Environmental Fund, thank you for opening this conference today, which could not be possible without the support of the Kingdom of Norway, and of course our thanks should be extended for that, and the miracles of nature I will actually develop on that. We have a video on that. We will be surprised. Now allow me now to invite on the podium the representatives of the Embassy of Norway, Mrs. Helena Ninska. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you on behalf of the Embassy of Norway in Prague here, and at the same time please allow me to apologize the absence of our ambassador, because he's been ill for a long time, so he can't be here with us. The fact that there are so many of us here, and we have also spectators on TV or PC screens, so this topic focused on ecosystems and environmental protection, that's very important in the current world, in the present world, and I'd like to say that this conference is part of the environmental program, which is funded from the Norway funds. As mentioned before, 165 projects have been supported solely from this environmental program. Nevertheless, the Norway funds and the EEC funds are broader in the Czech Republic. We have 11, a total of 11 such programs with allocation of more than 145 millions euro. And the program for the 3 periods that we have had have been supported, actually more than 1,800 of them. This environment program is the biggest one, actually having more than 35 million euros. It's followed by science and research, culture and health, and human rights programs. Nevertheless, let me say that exactly the topic of environmental protection and climate is reflected also in some of the projects, mainly science and research, but we have also a program for non-profit organizations, and this is a very strongly represented topic, and also the educational program. As you may know, because all of you work with these programs, the main objectives of the Norway and EEC funds is to decrease the differences in Europe, social and economic. And it's a great effort that Europe as a whole should be greener and also more competitive. And I'd like to say the projects we are going to hear about today are actually about exactly this, and the projects contribute. The other objectives is strengthening of international cooperation. As mentioned before, we have our kind partners here from the Norwegian Environmental Agency and also other experts from other countries. And we can hear today examples of good practice from, in countries like Norway, but also Slovakia and Estonia. As I mentioned at the beginning, unfortunately the ambassador is not here. Nevertheless, he greets you cordially, all of you, and he's happy that he can also greet you at least through a video which will follow. And this video was shot by the State Environmental Fund as an original video from the document series about projects supported by the Norway Fund. So thank you once again, and I wish you to have an inspirational conference. Now, please, we can hear and see the video. Thank you.
I think we need during these times, we have so many challenges, also so many common challenges, to join forces. And this is actually what we try to do with the Norway Grants. We try to join forces to focus on important questions that's essential to both our countries. And I certainly hope and I expect that to continue in a way that we grow even closer and are even better prepared for the future.
Norské fondy cíleně zaměřujeme zejména na podporu inovativních řešení, pilotních projektů a hledání dalších cest právě i prostřednictvím té mezinárodní spolupráce. Projekty, které mohou něco ukázat, nějakou cestu si v uvozovkách ověřit a samozřejmě i motivovat jiné dotační programy převzít a pokračovat ve financování některých projektů.
We try to kind of tailor the programs in a way that it's good for the receiving part, but also good for Norway. I mean, we change knowledge, change information, we learn from each other, and that's good for both parts. So they are changing according to what's most needed at any time.
Samozřejmě Norsko má zájem investovat do oblastí, kde má buď možnost něco získat, ale samozřejmě kde může i něco nabídnout. V tomto případě Norsko a životní prostředí mají k sobě samozřejmě velice blízko a není teda překvapením, že oblast životního prostředí v případě České republiky má největší alokaci v případě norských fondů.
Well, the relation between Norway and Czech Republic are generally very good. I mean, in all areas, we're kind of like-minded. This is a programs and projects that's beneficial to all of us. And it actually binds us together and makes us all better prepared for the future.
Thank you very much. As mentioned before, an important part of the Norway funds is bilateral cooperation between the Czech organizations, state institutions, and of course the Norwegian ones. The partner of the environment program is the Norwegian Environmental Agency, which participates in the preparation of calls, communication of programs, also preparation of international programs. I would like to welcome here on the podium Marianne Gurf and Sven Bettig, who have come from the Norwegian Environmental Agency. Let's give it up for them, please.
Friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Dobre rano. The next will be in English, I'm afraid. But it gives me great pleasure to be here in Czechia again, a country we have collaborated with from the NEA, I will call it NEA, Norwegian Environment Agency, which is the donor program partner for the Czech Environment Program. I have been asked to tell a bit about the Norwegian Environment Agency. I call it NEA now from the continuation. We are the DPP, again an acronym for Donor Program Partner. And I have been asked to inform you a bit about what is our involvement in environmental collaboration with other countries, international collaboration. If I can get my presentation up here, or is it something I can do about this?
Můžeme poprosit o prezentaci? Děkuji.
No? I have a memory stick if you have a problem. It was at least sent to Czechia in advance, and I was told it was downloaded, but you don't know? Okay.
Omlouváme se za malé nedopatření.
We apologize for a small inconvenience, which is not usual looking for the presentation. In the meantime, I will fill the program.
Is waiting, looking for his presentation. I will just introduce myself, since I was already introduced already. I'm Marianne Gjørv from the Norwegian Environment Agency, and I work together with Svein with this EEA Norway Grants as a donor program partner. I work together with Svein on Czechia, but I also have the main responsibility for Slovakia, and I know there will also be some colleagues from Slovakia here today. So please get in touch with me in the breaks, and we can exchange experience and talk. And also, of course, other countries. I've seen people from other countries that we have collaborated with. So it's really nice to see you all here today. And we will also have a short presentation about some project from Slovakia after the break, or after lunch break. And I know that also there are colleagues from Norway coming talking about the wetland project in Morava in Slovakia. So that is also something I'm involved in right now. And so that's very brief from me now, since we are waiting for the presentation of Svein. And do you find it, Svein?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you
all
very
for me
much.
so far. Thank you.
Thank you for rescue.
Okay, so after this short break, we continue. So the DPP has some roles, as we were told. But how much do we know about international collaboration? What are we involved in? We have been working with Czechia now for 20 years, more or less, since the very first start of this EEA and Norway grants. But I will give you some information first about NEA itself. This is Norway. Norwegian Environment Agency is one of 7 agencies under our ministry. And our country is divided into 15 counties, each with a governor. And these, again, consists of 357 municipalities. We are shared between Oslo, the capital, and Trondheim, where I sit. And as you can see, it was established 11 years ago as a merging between the Directorate for Nature Management and the Climate and Pollution Agency. If we look at our size of the country, if we include the sea area that belongs to Norway, it's about 6 times bigger than the land area. And of course, this causes a lot of our international collaboration to manage this huge ocean area. All decent organizations should nowadays have a vision. Our vision is a clean and diverse environment. Some boring information, I will not read all this, but we have a number of acts to take care of and to take seriously. The most important acts are the 3 first ones. The Nature Diversity Act, which is a quite modern one. It's the Pollution Control Act, and it's the Product Control Act, plus a good number of other acts that we have to take into consideration. Our priority areas, they are climate, biodiversity, pollution, and outdoor life. The last one is an important thing in Norway. Those of you that have been to Norway and not tried the outdoor life, you have something left to experience in life. This is a popular cartoon published under the pandemic. And of course, I would like to replace the two first waves here with two other issues. The COVID is now more or less gone, but we have a war raging in Europe. And secondly, there is nothing about pollution here, which is also an important part. So I would say war, pollution, climate change, biodiversity collapse. First, the nature crisis. We have this Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework with 23 targets. And we have come not fully achieving the target, which is 30% conservation of land, sea, and inland waters, 30% restoration of degraded lands, halving the introduction of invasive alien species. These are difficult tasks, but it's a good target to work for. And reduce substantially the so-called harmful subsidies that are given out every year. The climate crisis. Some of you remember this famous speech that Antonio Guterres told us in a speech he held in 2021 on the IPCC, the International Climate Panel, that on that date is a code red for humanity. We feel the climate change in Norway. You feel it. You have had a flood now recently in parts of Czechia. Other countries like in China and in Brazil have even more serious floods. There have been torrential rains in Oslo, flooding the streets. And the third one is the pollution issue and the resource crisis. This is a picture from Romania, a country that we are also DPP for. They have still the practice of huge open landfills that really causes runoff problems, pollution, to say the least. Now we are starting to close these open landfills in Romania. Coming to the international collaboration, there are 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Again, you have heard about them. I will not go through them. But this really is a challenge for the whole society. And we have three important panels where NEA has an important role. The first one is the IPBES, the Nature Panel, where we have a secretariat of 3 people in Trondheim. The main secretariat is in Bonn and in Montreal. The second one is possibly better known. It's the IPCC, the Climate Panel, with very frequent meetings. And NEA is very active in this panel. And the third one, which may be the least known of these international panels, is the Intergovernmental Resources Panel. I'm happy to say that Marianne is NEA's representative in this resource panel. Shortly, the IPBES is issuing reports about various themes. These are 9 different reports, just showing them that they are producing these international reports frequently. Yeah, these are the name of these different reports. I show you a picture. Sorry. These are the IPCC, the Climate Change Panel. They are also giving out assessment reports and special reports. I have the title of some of the most important ones here. And lastly, the Resource Panel. They had a report now launched this year in February 2024. Describes the consequences of resource use for nature, climate, and environment. Provides different scenarios for future resource use up to 2060. And emphasizes circular economy as an important part of the food, water, and sanitation chains. We have a good number of international conventions where NEA is involved. I have listed some of them there. The green ones are basically on environment, the brown ones are on pollution, and the blue ones are on climate. You see there are lots of various green ones. And when we come to 1992, we have these big umbrella conventions on biological diversity, the one to combat desertification, and the one on climate change. All these NEA are involved in. So frequent traveling, we are adding to this CO2 problem, traveling around the globe and participating in these meetings. I'm partly sorry to say, but somebody has to represent in these meetings as well. Lastly, some few special types of collaboration that we have in NEA. We have an Arctic Council. Naturally, Czechia is not a member. There are 8 members of the Arctic Council, and they are divided into 6 different working groups. NEA are active in 4 of these working groups. I have to tell you that after February 22, the activities in this Arctic Council have been diminishing because all projects involving Russia are now put on hold. Additionally, we had an active environmental collaboration with Russia, which came to an abrupt end in February 22. So this one now is completely suspended. It started in 1992. We almost managed to have a 30 years anniversary, but it didn't happen. These other countries are bilateral agreements we have with other countries. The yellow ones, India, China, South Africa, we have a memorandum of understanding with various content, but including environmental issues. We have this oil for development, which is not a very good name today. So we changed that into energy for development. The green ones here, you can see the names of those countries we have agreement with. And we are starting up ocean for development with Indonesia and Mozambique. Possibly also India is a part of that. Again, what was mentioned here, what are the main goals for the EEA and Norway grants? Well, there are 2 main goals. First one is equalizing differences within EU. Second one is to strengthen the bilateral collaboration. And the second one we are working on here today and every day, in fact, in our work as DPP. We are partner countries. We are DPP for 8 countries out of the 15 countries in the EU that receives EEA and Norway grants. These are the countries. Some of the countries are represented here today, and I'm really looking forward to hearing good examples of successful, or maybe not so successful, projects under these countries' programs. Ďakujem mnohokrát za pozornost.
Děkujeme vám. Děkujeme norské environmentální.
I would like to thank the Norwegian Environmental Agency now, and now we will go to individual presentations. However, at the beginning, let me tell you why I'm feeling good here. I am a fisher growing up close to Ohře River, not far from Terezín. It was a river that, according to historic records, was one of the salmon rivers. Balbín wrote about this, Mácha wrote about this, all these writers. There was salmon there. It was such a common fish that common Czech people didn't want to eat it, or 3 times a week, not more. It was the cheapest fish in Prague markets. However, the 20th century came, and the new big dams started to be built on Vltava River. However, this did not mean the end. we changed the rivers so much that the salmon, the most common fish here in the past on markets, stopped. And when I was born, it was only written in books about fish. Salmon has disappeared or vanished from Czech rivers. I was very lucky because on Kamenice River in 2000, I was standing with a collection net, and I put salmon fish eggs in the water. And I was really looking forward to the salmon coming back. When I was in Norway last year, I was close to a salmon river. It was so beautiful. You have such a treasure there. You really have to appreciate it. Over the 20 years since the year 2000, individuals came back. Also at my cottage, where one fisher pulled out one salmon before the New Year's Eve a few years ago. And when Mr. Martin here from the State Environmental Fund mentioned the Miracles of Nature, which is a show from Czech TV that millions of people watch, I was nodding because with my colleague Jirka Křesina and his colleague this year at Kamenice River, we try to use a new innovative method how to make sure that salmon come back to Czech rivers. It was very similar to the situation 20 or 25 years ago. When we believed that these little salmon fish that were born in Kamenice River are really coming back already. So the cameras could not miss there. So you will see this in the Miracles of Nature in the show on TV. So I would like to thank the Norway Grants for support of this project. Stanislav Ruman will come here now to introduce us to this topic, and let's experience this together. Good morning. Thank you very much for a beautiful introduction. I would like to introduce to you a project thanks to which the support of salmon and other kind of fish is possible. I would like to tell you about our project, innovations and applications of incubation methods. It concerns the main type of salmon we try to help, but besides the salmon, in the Czech Republic, fish, there are many problems with all kinds of fish in the Czech rivers. So together with my colleague, we would like to apply this incubator also for other kinds of fish. What has been happening? What has over the past a few dozens of years? You have already heard this. We have been watching a dramatic drop of fish populations, and the reasons have been already mentioned. The main reason is fragmentation of rivers. Yesterday, with my colleague on Kamenice River, we measured the situation at the weir on the river. Also conditions like temperature of the water, amount of water is important. What is the flow, and also during the droughts. So all of this is important. As for, also the climate changes make a difference. So we have to face it, and the fish have to face it as well. So the prospects are not very good now. The project supported by us is connected with a project supported by the Technological Agency of the Czech Republic. So we have developed special incubation boxes. You probably know how the incubation of fish works. It is a classic approach where we use the big incubators where the fish are multiplied and then let out in the big streams. However, in case of salmon, it doesn't really work this way. Salmon is unbelievable in one way. It is able to remember the taste of water where it was born. So my colleague came with an idea. He said, let's come up with some incubation boxes we would place directly in the stream. And the fish already from the fingerling will get incubated there. Then, and this increases the probability that the salmon will come back. It is the innovation. There are various types of boxes, as you can see here. And however, some don't work so well in the conditions of Czech rivers. So the main innovation was about how to design this box so that the incubation is successful and can work. And as you can see, at the end, it is very successful. We at Ostrava University, and our task was to focus on possible climate changes. That means the floods, the drought, and how these extremes will impact fish populations or the conditions for the fish. The innovations of the Norwegian grants or this project concerned the use of this incubation box in more types of fish in the Czech Republic, but not only fish, but also lampreys. This concerned the first incubation of this kind in the Czech Republic, which was successful. Besides that, we also extended this to the whole country, to the Czech Republic, and we tested the incubation and the conditions for the fish, whether they're suitable or not, in 10 locations in the Czech Republic, 10 rivers in the Czech Republic. And what is important and the main thing is the transfer of know-how. Our colleague makes sure that he shows the fishermen, people working with the fish, to be able to do the same things in their streams, on their rivers. The transfer of know-how is key. Also, what we would like to do is establish cooperation with our colleagues in Trondheim, with Nina, which we have succeeded in also, which we had not expected would happen, which was great. Because we saw their views, how the incubation works in Norwegian conditions. And now I'm getting to the specific project. Here you see the locations. They were distributed in different places in the Czech Republic. We always were interested in a certain section of the stream, which we examined. We used various methods, and my colleague incubated all kinds of fish there. As has already been mentioned, salmon in the past were present only in Kamenice, that was the only salmon stream. The salmon comes here from Germany through all the years. In the past, they were also in Odra River. However, it is such a frequented river that we cannot imagine they would return there. So what are we doing? What do we assess? We've assessed the potential risks by biological modeling. It is a special tool that helps us see what it will look like when the conditions change in case of precipitations, air temperature, landscape changes, and so on. And we also follow the flow rates of the rivers in case of floods, because then the fish is at risk by the fast flow of the river. Also, in case of drought, the fish is at risk. We follow the water temperature and other conditions so that they're suitable for the fish. We followed a 500-meter section of this stream, and as I said, we follow the current condition and changes at times of climate changes. In terms of the fish egg incubation, it is done usually in January, February. It depends on specific type of fish. It is very demanding. My colleague always has to go there, check everything to make sure that everything is okay. The results. There are many results. However, I pulled out only a part of the results so that you have an idea what can happen. Here you have 3 locations where we examined it and assessed it. In Kamenice River, the average flow rate went down by 13%. There were some changes in the land covers, and in dry stream, almost 80%. When you look at the values, the drought represents a big problem, even a bigger problem than the floods, and the climate change is very specific. In some cases, it may be negative, in some positive. In Lomna, you can see that the average flow rate goes up. However, the times of drought in times of drought it goes down significantly. These are the results. We try to make sure that it's acceptable somehow. So the blue color shows places with good conditions for the fish. In where the red color is, the conditions are not suitable. Incubation doesn't make sense there. We are able to find the streams and locations where it makes sense, then we are able to make an efficient use of the financial resources. What are the changes? In Kamenice River, you can see there is an unacceptable risk. 39% of the area of the river stream, and in the future, the increase by 1%. RCP is 4.5. It is an optimum medium positive alternative of the climate development. If of course, if I could be more pessimistic, and then the numbers would be worse. Incubation. I'm glad that the incubation works great. You can see the success rate here, the percentages, and how many fingerlings actually survive. And how many are not able to survive. So you can see that the percentage is very high. The success rate is very high. In case of salmon, we incubated 40,000 pieces of fish eggs, and the success rate of this incubation is 90%. So the incubation boxes are great, and I believe that it will lead to more individual salmon coming back. The establishment of cooperation with fishermen's associations is also great, because then they can do it themselves. Similarly, with genetic material coming directly from the location in other types of fish, and the incubation is successful. In these pictures, you can see what my colleague in January and February has to do. These are some examples of the incubation procedures. There are people here visiting the national parks, České, Švýcarsko, and Kamenice, and they also helped. One of the outcomes of the project was a workshop where we also presented the results I am presenting to you now. And these people had an opportunity to release salmon themselves, and it was a great opportunity to show them that the salmon can live here again. Then we had another workshop, which was part of a fishing fair trade here in Prague. We had a small stand with my colleague there, where we tried to show the fishermen that it is possible to increase the success of the incubation and bring back the salmon and all other types of fish. I would like to thank you now at the end for your attention, and I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and also to the Norwegian Grants for their support. Thank you very much. Stanislav Roman. I am looking forward to the salmon coming back in big numbers. They are delicious, of course, and it is also very important for the nature. The rivers will be much richer than in fish, and I also hope that thanks to the subsidy policies at the Ministry of the Agriculture or Ministry of Transport, no new obstacles will be built that would prevent them coming back. Now let's go further. It is a bit more complicated when it comes to fish in the Czech Republic. There are fish that are, let's say, in the fisherman's interest to come back. Ota Pavel, the Czech writer who died the same year I was born, would probably cry today, because his Golden Eels, his book, which is a kind of fish from Sargas Sea in the area of the Bermudas Triangle. Then they come here and swim thousands of kilometers, and then they come back to the Caribbean again. However, these eels are brought here by plane. Of course, they cannot overcome all the obstacles on the way. And fishermen have to buy the larvas from Great Britain or France and bring them here so that they can breed them in our rivers. Then there's carp or pikes. In this case, especially the sports fishermen are able to supply us very well. However, there's also fish that is kind of marginal when it comes to the fisherman's interest. Nobody wants them. They're not big fish, and it's no success to catch them. Then we have the Carpathian carp, all kinds of small fish and on Prague marketplaces in the 1920s and 1930s. Also, fish chips were sold, and these small fish suddenly are endangered. And in the Czech Republic, there are only a few locations of the fish like the Crucian carp, and the fishermen now are looking for ways how to support also this kind of fish, not so attractive on the marketplace. Market Paksa is coming now from Enki, and he will talk about the nature-friendly fisheries management as a tool for protecting valuable pond ecosystems.
Thank you very much for this introduction. At each and every conference, when we start, it's good to introduce oneself. I have also introduced, but my name is Marek Maxwell. I'm from a research organization in the town of Třeboň, Inky, and it's an honor for me to introduce to you our work for 2.5 years in the fish ponds, where we could, thanks to the Norway funds and the Norway Grants and the State Environment Fund, implement activities which I'm going to introduce you shortly. But before starting, let me make a small excursion, because thanks to your famous actual introduction, I realized that 20 years ago, I really did some fishing at that river. I was catching trout, not salmons, but also other like idas. That's another type of fish that actually has bad results in not only climate change because of that, but also bad river management. I would like to take my hat off, to see when I see the energy and enthusiasm for all the people who are participate in the reintroduction efforts in protecting, saving. I do not regard myself as an older man, but for the last 20 years, the fish population has been getting actually more attention, and people think about them, about things that can be in a way to influence the ecosystems. As such, they become the so-called control systems in the environment. So thank you very much. That introduction was excellent. So we'll see whether it works. We, in the beginning of our concept, said to ourselves that actually there had been too many contradictory ideas, in the sense of, on the one hand, like fishermen management, and on the other very remote side, something like nature protection. Don't get my point badly. Nature protection is extremely important also with regard to fishermen, but for the last 15 years, the gaps between combining the nations have been widening. Between the fishermen actually and the economy and the protection of climate. And we said, as a small company seated in the town Třeboň, that we would try to actually achieve that if there is some alternative way of management in our fishery areas, it could be possible to transfer these examples of good practice further to the society. Not only fishermen, but also communities, voluntary unions, associations, farmers, etc. And I hope you have been able to do that, and I'll try to show you the following slides. We established cooperation with the Fisher Control and Water Protection Organization in České Budějovice, and closely cooperated with the Protection and Army Forests organization that actually lent us those pieces of land or pieces of areas for protection, which was very important. But if you want to bring examples of good practice without having a possibility to practice it somewhere, that would be actually too daring. Otherwise, and you will have no chance as private owner to get to some fish pond that could be actually singled out or dedicated to that way of control and management. And thanks to those institutions, we managed to, and we could actually achieve our binding goals that we had actually undertaken our draft projects. The objectives were primarily in a pilot way to verify the ways of fish pond management, and that's the actual point I'm going to develop on further. We wanted to implement 2 economic cycles. And those of you who have some ideas about the carp development in Czech Republic may guess that it was not an achievable goal from the very outset, but we had to start with it because the carp production cycles take 3 years at the present times, and the project lasted only just under 1.5 years. And so we still continue in our activities, and this is what I wanted to say at the end. We wanted to verify some processes which proposed the so-called standards of nature and landscape care with my colleagues, and we wanted to make use of at least 3 localities in the portfolio that I'm going to introduce to you for us to be able to attempt actually saving some species of fish that had mentioned here in the beginning. And the important thing we necessarily have to take into account, and which we have to have as an ultimate result of our efforts, is that whether such economic activities make sense economically and whether they are self-sufficient economically. Because when actually you have private property and enter the subject of public protection, of course these actual ideas have to take into consideration whether also the public sphere must be involved, or whether the private entities can do that themselves. So what is also important to say is that we understood this project as support of targeted ecosystem protection. It was not science in the true sense of the word, but rather applied research, and we chose localities in which we actually did fishing economy, which we can say perhaps that it was nature friendly. And necessarily we have to raise a question of what kind of motivation we had. The motivation doesn't lie only in our introducing nature-friendly fishing economy, but in the Czech Republic, the fish ponds are very important and essential component of the landscape and ecosystems of streams. And if you know well the Czech inland areas, at least in South Bohemia, there are fish ponds of such character, and they represent an important part in the landscape, and they actually are hotspot for biodiversity development in Czechia. And in addition to that, of course, what comes to the forefront, or what we have to realize, is also the cultural, historical, and aesthetic importance and influence of the fish pond, because the first fish ponds were built in the Czech Republic at some time at the end of the 11th century. So it's necessary to see also these characteristics. And in spite of the fact that these were artificial basins, they established themselves so importantly in the Czech landscape that we can regard them as very nature-close ecosystems. What is an essential component of motivation, of course, also is the protection of the vanishing species. So the dams, dikes, if you actually approach them alternatively, you can use them for saving, breeding, and efforts to actually protect the vanishing species. You can see the locations across the territory of Czech Republic, the southwest direction. Two locations were in South Bohemia, 5 of them were in central Bohemia in the landscape protection area, and 2 pond systems were in the natural monument Totokaro and natural monument Rybníků, 7 ponds, and 2 systems were chosen for our experimental way of economy. And the linking part of the fish ponds chosen by us for this way of management is one basic, very important information. These fish ponds are very difficult to manage. And this is due to the fact that, as a rule, they were built not primarily for economic purposes, but especially for nature protection and for shaping the landscape mosaic or spectrum. And this handicap, and we can call it a handicap now, really is very important for thinking about the follow-up nature-friendly way of economy, because if you struggle with something extreme like vegetable or vegetation cover, you can't get close to them. And if these fish ponds are invaded by non-indigenous species of fish, but also plants, then it's very difficult to actually fight with those systems in an effort to renew some more natural, let's say, condition close to original. So this is what we are doing. In addition to the fishing environment, there is stocking of fish and actually harvesting of fish, so the follow-up types of care. Of course, what we did was also monitoring of those basins. So if you want to introduce a nature-closed economy, it is essentially closed with the monitoring of all kinds of parameters, so we can actually explain all the dependencies and aspects. Water analysis of these fish ponds, how they influence the fish fingerlings and the species structure, like development of macrophytes in the pond, monitoring of biodiversity, higher or lower microscopical support of vanishing species of fish, and especially it's the fight against the invasive species, which made our efforts much harder, our efforts to actually save the vanishing species. A few examples. You can feel that the scope of the project does not allow me to inform you in detail with all the results. Nevertheless, really, the hook actually for our continuing to talk about this in the lobby or in our next meetings. So just a few slides about the versatility of this project on the fish ponds. I was talking about monitoring. In each of the locations at the start of season, we installed so-called telemetric stations that are in 10-minute intervals. They send information about various factors of the environment to a server from which we can download data and read data. Why we do this? Because in those locations, except a certain distance from our background, we can read the data very quickly and possibly react to any changes which we can actually experience in the change of parameters. One of the key parameters is oxygen in water. And thanks to this telemetric station, we can see fluctuation of oxygen night and day during the whole season from a PC. And when you go out to the location, you can just check whether the data has been set correctly and we have reacted correctly to this development in those fish ponds. Also, we tried, for example, to do the following. Though we actually installed fish, young species of fish like salmon and other, and I will get to them. The main basic idea was to struggle some of the endangered species of fish, but especially to try to strengthen the population of vanishing species like the species that have been mentioned already, and you can see them. One specific example, the Vizier fish pond, which you could see, the location of which you could see on the southern Bohemian map. So we managed, thanks to the project and thanks to interventions, to reduce the number of invasive fish during the first year of monitoring, that was the year 2022, and our management interventions, when we actually harvested 800 kilograms of these tiny fish from the pond. And in 2023, thanks to those interventions that we did, and I will explain them further on, we try to reduce them to 40 kilograms of harvest, which is 20 times less than what was originally in the pond. I'm not going to talk about the reasons why the invasive fish was there, but for your idea, when you have such a huge quantity of invasive fish with the development of biocynosis, of vertebrates and especially invertebrates, you can say goodbye to those species. So the first thing you have to do is to harvest the fish pond and find mechanisms of how to get rid of those undesired fish, invasive fish. What we actually were able to do is a long meshed sleeve. It looks very like a problem, but when you do actually the harvesting, and if a particular person goes there every day and does stocking 1, 2, 3 times to actually get rid the potential of those spawning fish in the fish ponds. It's a quite demanding activity, and thanks to that we really managed to achieve to such a limitation of quantities. The growth of biodiversity or diversity in general in the pond responded to that with increases in a number of areas. What we were able to do during the activity and implementation of the management measures, thanks to the Faculty of Water Protection, we were able to improve the spawning characteristics of that fish. And I don't remember this figure. We have 6 or 7 genetically separated populations. They are separated actually, and genetic testing was carried out in the Mendel University in Brno, and those populations we do artificial spawning. There's mainly the crucian carp I'm talking about, and so in nature. So we in those locations we took the genetic material, the specific spawn populations came back. So in 2022, 500,000 species could be done in the location. And that was the crucian carp and young species. Let me just say that it's an effort of the whole country, many experts involved, and ultimately it could be shown in the final conference when one whole day was devoted on these topics, and thanks to that we can responsibly spread those population also with regard to the genetic properties, so we can spread them in the region and specific locations. I've outlined that we also did some screening, phytogenetic screening. You can see the creation of those polygons, and we had experts for that purpose. And actually, the second season after stocking the fish, we followed the development of macro vegetation divided into polygons. You can see first indications about the results and how we are going to evaluate them further on and transfer or spread them among the public. This is under microscope view. That's my realm, so to say. So actually, and if you believe me just a little bit, those of you who are not actually well practiced in this, so you can see the left-hand side is a little bit different from the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, the phytoplankton, and on the right-hand side, you can see the absence of such plankton, and it indicates us the structure in sizes and species of what's happening in the pond. And please try to believe me, it's one and the same pond on both sides in different years. Without the stocking in 2022 and after stocking in 2023. So what you see in the middle are months. And of course, if you look at this, the whole season 2022, we mark the presence of such a plankton. What you can see is done for every season, every month in those locations, as I introduced them to you at the beginning. And of course, in spite of the fact of my telling you in the beginning that this is not the basic research, many team members come from the scientific community. And so the results that we achieved, and we are still achieving, are getting to the public space, inter alia through scientific research elements. So this is just the first indications where we are actually going. On the right-hand side, there is a review process, one article, orthogenesis of the crucian carp, and we did a video actually on that, and so we see that we are talking about carp type of fish that it was mapped a long time ago. But you know, this type of fish, that is the crucian carp, is a little bit different, and no such tests were done. A little bit economic figures in the beginning before we get to the very finishing line. So as I indicated, it is necessary in those activities to calculate whether it can be economically sustainable. If we have a manager in those locations who would say, I'll do it because I like it, so he may stop liking it in a while because they have to do actually the harvest, they have to do stocking, etc. So it can stop easily, and if there is a possibility for alternative actually stockings which can have some alternative profit, not absolute profit, but 0 to 0 at least, and so the protection of nature can be easier. Without the mutual controversies and attacking on one another. So if you calculate the economy of this management, actually you can work with something that's like spatial nature, and let me say that the fish ponds in Czech Republic are expressed, or the production in them are expressed per size. And we can realize that these are the shallow basin, maximum 1 meter deep in the Czech Republic. And if we express the stocking per 1 unit of area, So we know that meter times meter is a cubic meter, and we can work with this number. But if you talk about deeper, like basins, reservoirs, we must talk with deal with in volumes. So this is the economic expression of pond management, and most of them are up to 1 hectare of size. We could allow ourselves to make such simplification. I can just show you the types of analysis, economic analysis, what was calculated, all the things. It's not my objectives to burden you with too many figures, but just show you that this is the way we really did it, and this is the results. The costs calculated per hectare and an average for the 2 years expended for pond management are about 35,000 Czech crowns, calculated to euros. It's about 1,500 euros. And hypothetical profit from those fish ponds. So that means that if you sell what you have produced related to the current market prices, so you can get to an income of 18.5 thousand Czech crowns. That is 800 about euros. So only 2 ponds in that project were profitable. I do not want to make a negative conclusion, but if you look at this difference and try to calculate it, it's about half of the costs expended. So we need this in order to be able to say that the economic approach will be 0 from 0. So it's not much left to that. So when we actually have a deeper thought about the alternative content and find a marketplace for the vanishing species of fish, then we can very well talk about protection of fish ponds without any major investments. In conclusion, like I'm presenting to you now, 2 months ago, we organized a conference in the town of Vodňany in the Faculty of Fishery and Water Protection, experts on these topics. We discussed the results of our project. It actually was quite interesting for the people, and I hope that and the interest and effort to try to learn the ecosystems of fish ponds. This will be something that we will also see in the future. All these activities, and in conclusion, really we continue our efforts in those fish ponds. We still rent them, and the management organizations agree with our continuation of those activities. So with the standard monitoring, standard management are still going on, and all the results that we can achieve also in 2024 will be sent to and published and spread in the wider space. Thank you very much.
Baxovi za jeho dobrou práci. Já mám pro vás osobní dárek. Já jsem napsal takovou knížku o řece a všechny dobré duše, které mají přírodu a řeky rády, tak myslím si, že si počtou. Takže to přijměte a díky za vaši práci.
And thank you very much for your work. So words like invasion have been mentioned, invasive species. In Czech nature, it's a kind of a problem which the public knows not much about, but you know, the very small fish actually stocks several times a year and can actually occupy those ponds and can spread diseases because these fish actually feed on bigger fish and introduce pathogens which can be a trouble for economists. And also the top-mouth gudgeon I'm talking about, they do not need actually even the females, and they can actually replenish their numbers thanks to genesis, ecogenesis. And in Říčany, which is close to Prague, a place where I did small research in reservoirs which are not subject to any way of management. And you can imagine that the highway directorate builds a town bypass, and there are retention reservoirs. And during 2-3 use. They are full of small Asian type of this fish, and so the fish eggs of these species can really survive actually the digestion by a duck. So the actually fish eggs can survive even after that. So we will leave actually the world of fish and we'll go to the world of birds. And I can say that the situation is almost similar. If you look at actually the birds in agricultural landscape, so there are some species that can be counted in tens, hundreds of pairs in Czechia, and so we see a situation in some other species in our landscape 150 years ago. Quite ordinary birds this year, and now we have to actually fight for saving each of the pairs living here. And looking at the water, it's quite the same situation. Teresa Černíková will be telling more. Floating islands, support of biodiversity and quality of water. You have the floor.
A částečně ve Zlínském kraji máme
we have about 250 members, and we focus mainly on practical protection of individual kinds or species and the habitats they need for their life. At the beginning, I would like to tell you something about tern, which is a species which, according to the Czech law, is strongly endangered and is also protected by the European directive. It is a bird that lives on islands with close to no vegetation. Such islands in the past came into being by dynamic processes on rivers in floods. And since the time the rivers have been regulated, these islands have disappeared. And currently, the common tern lives in fish ponds or water tanks prepared by a man. In South Moravia, the last population of the common tern was in Věstonice, a water reservoir, where Nové Mlýny water reservoir was built there. At the beginning, in the second half of the 90s, there were about 100 or 150 pairs there. In 1995, more than 200 pairs. And in 2003, it was about 400 or 600 pairs. Věstonická nádrž was the last common nesting site, and the population really went down there to only 34 pairs in 2008. The common terms were nesting on concrete pillars. Those are former bridge pillars, as you can see. They were in a poor condition. It was the last place in South Moravia where the common tern was located. The population got almost to a minimum. So in 2008, we decided to do something to protect this species. So I will describe you now the process we went through over the years until we got to this project funded by Norwegian grants. How do we find out how many pairs of common tern do we have? In the course of the season, we visit the location about 4 times. We usually use the binoculars from a distance. We also use drones and we use photo traps on these islands, and thanks to that, we can monitor closely what happens in the colonies. Now I'm coming back to the first location, which are the bridge pillars we started with. As I said before, we are a non-profit organization. In 2008, we had no employee. It was just people volunteering, those interested in the nature, and it was hard for us to find financial resources at the beginning. So we did this on our own. So first, we rid the pillars of vegetation. We used concrete fences and to save the gravel there that for the common turn. We got to an ideal state in 2021 when the islands were surrounded by the concrete fence. There's gravel there. They're quite stable now. You can see what species nest there and the maximum number of pairs present there now. It is an original nesting site used until now. The success rate is very high here. Here you can see the advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage still is the fact that these islands are often affected by waves, and there are also Mediterranean gulls present there. The second way we decided for in the following years was getting rid of the vegetation. We used bigger rocks there, or boulders and gravel in the middle. We made a few islands like that. Most of them are in Viestonice, water tank, and this it's a simple way. It's not difficult to make an island like that. You can use, for the filter, you can use an old military tent or something like that. However, there are many predators present in South Moravia, and the nesting colonies are a place for them. They can get into quite easily, and they can destroy it easily. Another way how we try to take care of the common terns was the following. These are Mutenice fish ponds. Every spring, together with volunteers, we prepared for the nesting season. As I have said before, common terns need islands with vegetation. Common terns are present on these islands. However, the numbers are low. The nesting success is quite low. However, these islands are very important for biodiversity. There are a number of species nesting here, and it does make sense to continue in this. In the course of many years, we found out that our Polish neighbors create such wooden floating islands, such a wooden structure with a small fence, and they put them on fish ponds. A big advantage of these islands is that common terns love them. When you put them on the fish pond, the common terns immediately sit down on them. They really like them. There is very high nesting success there. There's also the small fence there that doesn't allow the mammal predators to get on the island. It is quite easy to make. However, what is a big disadvantage is the fact that these water surfaces freeze, then the wood may fall apart. Sometimes you look for the wooden island in spring, you cannot find it. You have to get it back. And sometimes on such wooden islands, ducks settled in. They have a different lifestyle. They take care of their youngs very differently. And then the youngs get stuck there and need to get back in the water. So you have to go there and you have to make some openings in this little fence so that the little ducks get out. And what I have described so far, this is what we did since 2008 to 2020. It did have some effect on populations of common tern. The population common tern went up slightly. However, none of these measures were ideal. There were always some negatives. So we decided for the population of common tern, we would do something extra. So we decided for a project supported by Norwegian grants. The goal was to make islands that are durable, that won't fall apart. You don't have to go there every year and invest enormous amounts of energy in it. Yes, with some success. However, the ratio of the energy you put in it and the nesting success was not ideal. So we wrote down a project and we asked for a grant for 8 floating islands, which are iron concrete islands. They're very stable in waves because the waves cause the island to wobbly, and then the gravel then moves around the island. These islands are so stable that the waves cannot really affect it much. The gravel is in its place. They are safe against mammal predators, and they don't require any maintenance, basically. They have been there for 2 years, but it has been working well. These islands were added or supplemented by vegetation islands. I will show those to you in a picture in a minute, and I will describe to you what they served for. So this is the iron concrete island. There are 5 segments that are connected, and the gravel is used. Again, what is important is that the mammal predators, when they get there, they are not able to get on the island. It is too difficult for them. Each island is equipped also with places where the youngs can hide against the sun. There are also 3 photo traps on each island, so we can monitor them directly. If we see that any other species get stuck there, like the ducks, we can rescue them. We can monitor what is happening at the colony, what kind of species are there, how many pairs have nested there, and so on. So it has very many positive sides. The procurement costs were quite high, but thanks to the Norway grants, we were able to do this. There were 4 islands last season. Now we have 4 more, so there are 8 islands like this total now, and all the islands are occupied now. They're full. Here again, we use these red darts that show how safe they are against the mammal predators. It is one of the most important things, in fact. Now the vegetation islands here at the bottom in the picture, you see that they really are used. When the common tern learns to fly, the youngs usually fall down of the island, are not able to get back. However, they can swim back to this vegetation island. So it is like some kind of kindergarten for them. The parents come there, feed them there before they can fly further into safety. There are a few pictures here from preparations. Here the segments have been already assembled by crane. The gravel is there. Here you see the photo traps. We found out quite interesting things when we use the photo traps. We found out that common terns sit in one place for 6 days. You think they sit on the eggs, but there are no eggs there. Or sometimes they can fly away for the whole day, leave the eggs behind, and nothing happens, for example. And when they come back, they have youngs coming out of the eggs. So it is when you count the bears, you may think that the birds always sit on the eggs, but no, according to our monitoring data, we can see it's not always the case. Now we're getting to a few charts. Here you can see the pattern it's a growing pattern. When it comes to the number of bears of common tern in South Moravia, you can see various types of adding up of the nesting pairs. Here you can see a big drop in 2023, which was caused by the bird flu. And because of these photo traps, we found out that when we put the islands on the water, the bird flu came already the first year, which really affected it, and we saw how many birds died that year. On the other hand, we knew what the reason was. So with our project partners, we consulted this, whether to enter the islands, whether we should pick up or collect the common terns, how the virus is spread. We read a lot of academic articles about this. We collected over 170 dead terns in the colonies, and it really had a big impact on the numbers eventually. Also, already last year we saw that fewer terns came than in the previous years, so the population really had been affected by the bird flu. However, what we have found out, and that's also important, in situations like this, when the whole nesting population is affected, at the beginning, in 2008, when we started, the population was concentrated in one place on those three pillars and was very vulnerable because when you have the population only in one place and something happens in that one place, then you lose the whole population. However, then when we already were able to place 8 islands across South Moravia, and we had many more locations now for the nesting population. So what happened in one case in South Moravia, where we put the iron concrete island, where there was only one place where there was no drop in the number of the nesting pairs. On the contrary, the population was very strong there, as if the bird flu had not affected it at all. So as you can see, it is important to have more locations like for comparison. About these two charts, here you can see that the population is growing. If it has enough nesting opportunities, so you can see the more nesting opportunities, the bigger the growth of the population. The second chart shows nesting on the artificial islands, which is the red line, and on natural ones, which is the blue line. I would like to mention this and also thank for this. In the years when we didn't have enough financial support for the Comintern, we closely cooperated with one nonprofit organization dealing with drug addicts, and they provided many volunteers who helped us in the care for the islands, the installations. It was unbelievable. And at the end, I would like to sum up what we got to over the years. We have nowadays, I believe, maximum nesting spaces covered for the Cominterns. Maximum number of islands. I think the numbers are sufficient now. We decided not to come back to the idea of the wooden floating islands because even though the Cominterns like them, it is physically and financially very exhausting for us. And what we consider quite important, in 2008, we thought we would not be able to find a common ground with the fishermen and the fish pond owners, that we would not be able to make any new measures on the fish ponds. However, over the years, we have succeeded, also thanks to the support from the Norway Grants, we have been able to place the islands on highly used ponds. So I think the common ground is there now. The cooperation is possible. So if you are interested in more information, we can look at the website related to the project. You can see the videos from the individual photo traps. You can see the season last year, and you can see when somebody comes closer to the island on a boat, all the Cominterns fly away and leave the eggs behind. It's very interesting. You can see the life in the colonies there. We would like to thank Tereza Čemníková for her work. It's beautiful. You would not realize how difficult it is to find for the Cominterns to find new places when if these islands disappeared. So let's talk about what happens in west from here. It is removing obstacles on some rivers. These islands from stones are a great thing. Let's go further to another invasion, which would not have been possible 150 years ago because children picked up crayfish in streams, which was great fun for them, and what nobody counted on this. Now we have invasive types of crayfish here now from who came here from the American continent. So instead of the stone cranefish or the regular crayfish who are now endangered, we have these invasive species in many places. Pavel Kožený will tell us more about this. He deals with these issues. It is the application of innovative procedures in the eradication of invasive crayfish in the Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Of course, I'm an ambassador of a broader team of experts who deal with protections of the native species of crayfish in the Czech Republic. And that has brought us gradually to a decision that it's necessary, actually, to manage the invasive crayfish. And just shortly about our project, it has taken 2.25 years and supported from Norway Grants an amount of more than 10 million Czech crowns. And we are a Water Economy Institute, and we've cooperated with the NINA, Norwegian Institute, and with the Vltava River Basin Organization. What we followed up to, as I've mentioned, we deal with the subject. We have been dealing with the subject of crayfish for a longer time. One of the projects that was supported by the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic. So that was a technology summing up the current knowledge about possible measures which could be applied about the crayfish invasion, against crayfish invasion, and we created a software. In the case of find of invasive crayfish, the software maps potential measures, applicable measures, and we also created an app for cellular phones for recognition of crayfish for the Czech public. And for us, actually, for the acquiring of field data. So these were the actual outputs that we followed up to, and we suggested some locations and some measures to be taken during the project. Just very short information. Why is it important to make intervention against invasive species of crayfish? Some people may say crayfish like crayfish, we don't have the native ones. Let's be happy that we have at least the American species of crayfish, but this is not true. With crayfish invasion, there is a loss also of biological biodiversity, and so because they threaten there are threats toward the native species and also change of the actual whole river conditions and can be disturbed. And in the case of crayfish, substance is the fact that the invasive species of crayfish actually transmit crayfish plague. And actually, this is damaging to the native species of crayfish that die, whereas actually the invasive species just spread it. And this is one basic reason why to make intervention against those species. And of course, there are economic reasons as well. For example, the breeding fish pond hit by an invasion of non-native crayfish has a very difficult management, and there are no types of protection of nature here. And this just proves that all types of invasive crayfish that we can see here are included in the list of invasive species with significant impact on the European Union, which is based on the European Regulation 1143 of 2014. So I mentioned invasive crayfish species existing here in the Czech Republic, in the whole Labe River basin. All of them. There is the actually back cheek crayfish, and there's also in the signal crayfish spread in Czechia and Moravia, which comes here also from Austria and Germany. And we have also several locations, fortunately limited, where we have marked the dangerous marble crayfish. These are the red crosses, and it's a matter of some actual escaping of the crayfish from the breeders, home breeders. We have chosen some parts of the location. Part of them is significant in European context, with protection of a specially protected species, Zákulanský stream in the West Bohemia, which actually protects the stone crayfish, also Stopinský, and of those locations, not European significance, the Prostřední fish pond in Prague. Another one is the Kačeský rybník, in southern Bohemia, a European location, also southern Bohemian location, Horní Malše location, which actually protects shells. We also had the Besenek stream in Moravia. Let me go through those locations, and I will sum up what kind of measures we have taken. In Zákuranský potok, it's a location with European significance, with the stone crayfish. We created two migration barriers which separate this location from lower parts of this stream, which are endangered by the type of crayfish, and we are getting in conflict because with usual measures, because migration barriers are rather eliminated in our streams. But we think that in some special cases, like in the locations with the stone crayfish, and there are very few such locations, that just measure has sense, makes sense. In addition to the fact that we installed that migration barrier, we monitored also the incidence of the invasive crayfish around using classical method and also eDNA sequencing. And in the Stropnický potok European location, there used to be a strong population of the stonefish and also of the noble crayfish, but there was a crayfish plague, and all the work which we did was light in applying of the methods of environmental DNA and the methods of classical monitoring in order to find out what happened with the population of the original ones, the native ones, and whether in that location there is still a potential spreader of that plague. In Prostřední fish pond in Prague, which is small one, originally like a village pond, we are involved ourselves in the work for eradication of the marble crayfish, probably actually stocked here by some irresponsible home breeder, and it got to a strong population here. And the fish pond experienced many eradication measures. It was actually emptied, and then actually we monitored for the success of this measure. Shortly, I can say that finally we found a few units of the marble crayfish, but the Prague municipality owning this fish pond is determined to continue fighting against this dangerous species and to keep it at the lowest possible level. A much larger fish pond is the Kašecký rybník in the Jindřichův Hradec district, the European significant location. Actually, in that fish pond, there's a very numerous population today of the signal crayfish. And as a matter of fact, we tried to reduce the number of these species by harvesting, and also we actually stocked the sander, more than 1,000 species, which actually was a quite good protection against the invasion of the signal crayfish. In the upper stream of Malše, at the border of Austria and Czechia, there's quite actually vital population of the shells, and it's a very precious location. We have problems with invasive crayfish species, the signal crayfish from Austria. What we could do in this were attempts to harvest the actual of this type species of crayfish, and not actually intervening in the natural biotope or environment where these crayfish is. And the last one was the Basenek, which is a tributary of the Morava River, Svratka River. We actually attempted to create temporary migration barriers against these invasive species of crayfish, and we hunted actually, and we harvested them, and also we actually put trout for the protection. Let me dwell in greater detail on this Basenek fish pond. And so it's the catchment area of the Svratka River, 80 kilometers long, about 170 liters per second flow rate. And before 2008, there was a quite strong population of the original noble crayfish, but in 2008, actually, they were damaged by the plague. And later, in 2018, one of the tributaries of the Basenek pond, the signal crayfish was found, and since from that time, population spread it. At the time we started with this project in the lower part of the stream, there was a strong population of the signal crayfish already. At the same time, there was a renewed noble crayfish population emerged, actually not affected by the crayfish plague, and actually started to occupy this stream again. So with the situation in the lower part of that river basin, we have a strong population of the signal crayfish, which went upstream, spread it upstream, and in the upper parts there was the original noble crayfish. And at that point, we said ourselves that this was a suitable location for testing the temporary migration barrier, and we erected them. There was actually 3 barriers in total, and the bottom 2 barriers, we then did some research. So we harvested the crayfish and measured the permeability of the barriers. The barriers look like you see on the photo. And actually, we used the existing stages, stream stages existing there. And the upper image, there was a kind of a concrete weir, and in the other parts, there was actually only stages like tree log stages. And so we used plastic plates, which actually did some kind of spillway. You can see here on the detail, which we think is not permeable upstream. And the barriers and the locations were also equipped with some bench barriers, something that is used for in some dangerous places like near the highways. So we found that this measure against the crayfish made sense, because the crayfish in that location very frequently during the time of their highest activity migrate also along the shore. We hunted signal crayfish at the downstream part. Before we made adjustments to the barriers. We used colored elastomeres against them, and we actually released them under the lowest barrier in order to ensure dense population, actually, which would otherwise have a tendency to migrate, higher tendency to migrate, so we could have more material for monitoring. So we actually harvested more than 4,500 signal crayfish. More than 2,000 of them were marked with those colored elastomeres. These were pieces that were large enough for such marking, and about 500 pieces were actually again harvested by us. or recaptured by us. So this is the design of the experiment. On the stream you can see the two barriers, and of the three sections, U1, U2, U3, we actually harvested the crayfish, marked them, and then released them under the lowest barriers, under the U1 section, the stream section. So, and this is the result. On the left-hand part or side, the columns express success of migration of the crayfish in overcoming the existing barriers, and on the right-hand side you can see migration success in overcoming actually the barriers with the plates, and so you can see, and the elastomies, you can see that the degree of success was better, but nevertheless the barrier was not perfect, and there was still some migration happening. And the blue columns show the throughput, actually the overcoming of one barrier, the yellow ones, the crayfish being able to overcome the two barriers, getting from the downstream to the upstream part. And this measure, of course, can be used in isolation. As I showed you, the success rate is not 100%, but it can effectively reduce the speed of migration of the invasive crayfish, and these measures must be combined with some others like intensive harvesting under the barriers, which can be also done by hand hunting or hand picking, or using some of the methods. So in conclusion, we can say that the creation of this temporary migration barriers has an advantage of applicability to water stream very easily in many places and very speedily. It's very cheap. It has some tiny influence on the hydraulics of the riverbed, which is a measure which can be considered with the manager of that particular stream. And the whole sense is that if, for example, the plague, the crayfish plague, is in that particular location, we can, in this way, in combination with a good quality and frequent monitoring, we can separate the populations of the indigenous populations from those actually that are infected by the plague. I didn't mention one important fact. On the Basin extreme, the invasive signal crayfish is free of the plague, which is quite exceptional. Nevertheless, we can't rest assured that this will continue to be so, because in the neighboring places and in the Svratka River Basin there is plague. And I mentioned measures taken against the invasive species of crayfish, but quite a universal and basic measure, which should be quite in the forefront, is the informing of the public, lay public or even professionals. We work out the various materials, information, leaflets. You can can take part of them in the background on those desks, and so we actually spread leaflets, articles, and other things to a local population of people. And so we used media also, and so we also had public encounters, and so our activities was quite intensive and quite versatile. So I thank you very much at this point for your attention, showing you the pictures. On the right-hand side, it's the invasive signal crayfish. It's not waving to us, it's threatening. And the noble crayfish can be photographed in a very peaceful manner. Give it up for Pavel Kožený. Thank you very much. Interesting that the invasive species usually or mostly are nicer. Like those golden Crucian carps, you have the golden fish. You can have 3 wishes, and it can lead to environmental disaster in that particular stream. Now we have time for our first guest from abroad about crayfish. Catherine Caldra is coming with prevention and management of non-invasive species of crayfish in Estonian waters.
So, hi all, I'm Katrin Kaldre from Estonian University of Life Sciences, and today I will present prevention and control of non-indigenous crayfish species in Estonian freshwater waters, that was part of our project of eradication of invasive freshwater species in Estonian freshwaters. So as a background, there are, as you are not crayfish people here, I know, in the world there are living 650 freshwater crayfish, and most of them are living in North America, but only 5 freshwater crayfish species are indigenous in Europe, and noble crayfish, and the pointer is is native to Estonia. Here in this figure you can see a map about distribution of noble crayfish in Estonia. As you can see, the most of populations are moderate or sparse density, but only on island of Saaremaa and southern part of Estonia there are better crayfish populations. Here you can see the map of introduction of non-indigenous crayfish species to Europe. That happened already in the 19th century when spiny cheek crayfish was introduced to Europe and brought the crayfish plague that distributed around Europe. And last century also signal crayfish and red swab crayfish were brought to Europe for farming purposes, and now around 11 North American origin crayfish species spreading in Europe. So I can skip this slide, as Pavel already mentioned the EU regulation about the alien species. So it's the same in Estonia as we are the member of EU. And during this Norwegian funded project that lasted 2.5 years and ended this year in the end of April, there were 3 goals. The first one was to assess the risk of introduction and spread of 10 invasive non-indigenous crayfish species in Estonia that are of concern in the EU. And the second one, to assess and control the spread of nix and Nuttall's waterweed in Estonia and implement more effective measures for the detection of eradication of alien species. And the third one was to raise public awareness and competence of officials of threats of alien species and control measures. But not, today I'm talking about the second and third goals. So during this project, we were mapping of a spread of non-indigenous crayfish species, including the application of environmental DNA methods in the detection of invasive crayfish species. And also we studied different methods that we can use for eradication alien species, and also carrying out the eradication and evaluating the effectiveness of eradication, and also using the eDNA methodology in addition to catching crayfish at 20 sites. So the first alien crayfish species was found in 2008 in Estonia. Until 2008, Estonia was one of the last countries in Europe where alien species, crayfish species, were not occurred. But now we have already 10 different sites where signal crayfish has been spread, and here in this figure up you can see the signal crayfish distribution in Europe. The second alien species was spiny cheek crayfish that was found in 2017. And this species has been spread in 2 locations in Estonia at the moment, and it's not so widespread, but it could be happen soon. Also on the same year was found the marble crayfish in Estonia that is spread in the eastern part of Estonia. Yeah, and mainly it lives better in power plant outflow channels where the water temperature is warmer and suitable for marble crayfish. In the beginning of our project, we had consultations with our project partner from Norwegian Veterinary Institute. They had knowledge about the chemical eradication of signal crayfish previously, and then we checked our watercourses in Estonia where we could use the chemical eradication, because this method is only method that could kill crayfish 100%. But this method can't use in every water bodies. For example, in flowing water courses, only in standing or smaller lakes or ponds. And it appeared that in our case we have only 2 cases, 2 lakes where we can use it, but our Estonian environmental laws are very strict, and we didn't get permission to use this chemical, so we mainly did trapping, but also we tested electrofishing. But if you catch crayfish by traps, the smaller individuals will stay in the water, they will not come to the trap. You can catch only bigger individuals. But we tested if electrofishing could be effective to catch smaller crayfish. But it wasn't so successful as we expected, unfortunately. And we also tested the biological eradication and tried to use eels as an addition to our trappings, and we stocked 1,000 eels into Ropka water reservoir a year ago, and also 200 eels to Rio Quarry also in last spring. But before that we made an experiment if farmed eels are going to start eating crayfish at all, because they are raised in a farm system and are using to eat pelleted fish feed. But the experiment showed us that they will start eat smaller individuals, and now Now, yeah, that's why we decided to stock the eels into these 2 water courses, and now we can estimate the results after a few years, not at the moment. So based on the last experiment of the eels, we had an idea, or there are 2 different, morphologically different eels in wild. The differences are in head size. There are narrowhead and broadhead eels, and we thought that maybe there are some differences, that broadhead eels are more active to eat crayfish, and we did the experiment in our basement, and it appeared that broadhead eels that you can see here in blue are more active to eat different sizes of crayfish compared to narrowhead eels. And also we used 500 grams eels in our experiment, and also we showed that they are more eager to eat under the 70 millimeters length crayfish, which is good because the bigger crayfish we can catch out by traps, and smaller crayfish can eat the eel. So the mainly during this project we used trapping. We trapped out crayfish, and trappings were carried out from April to November during the last years. But in some water bodies we used constantly trapping, where the traps were in the water in several months. And all the crayfish were counted and measured and weighed, and also they catched out when they're frozen and killed and sent for inclination. And also catch per unit effort was calculated and recorded each time. In this table you can see the volume of catches by trap nights. A trap night equals to the number of traps per night that were used in water. So we monitored a total of 28 water bodies, and in total of almost 30,000 trap nights. The main trapping was carried out in 2022 and 2023. And the trapping results were based on the last 2 years. We have most abundant crayfish populations is in Riksu stream on the island of Saaremaa, where we caught around 20,000 individuals, around 500 kilos. So the signal crayfish population is the biggest in Estonia in different water systems. Spiny cheek crayfish population is smaller, and also marble crayfish. But these crayfish are spread in this water system where they can spread around very fast. So during this project we also had an opportunity to carry out the environmental DNA study. So we participated in a workshop in last year where we validated our eDNA methodology together with 15 different labs in Europe. And the purpose was to see if the analysis results are the same in all labs. So the article is in progress at the moment, but the results are quite good. And during these eDNA studies, we screened 16 water bodies across Estonia. And here you can see. And the results of our study showed that more reliable results will be in lentic water bodies, in flowing water bodies, and in lotic water bodies, like as ponds and lakes. There is more difficult to catch the DNA from crayfish and crayfish plague. So we tested eDNA in all those crayfish species that we occur in Estonia, and also the crayfish plague. So the important part of this project was also the raising the public awareness. So we had an opening and closing, opening seminar and conference in the end of the project. And also we have a project homepage. If you are interested to read, you can check this. And also we had calls through the media, the notice and report of non-native crayfish species via social media, and we had articles in journals and TV shows and news, and also we did workshops in school and different presentations in seminars. And then we were doing intensive trapping. We had this kind of information boards on the river, and also we produced leaflets about the invasive crayfish species in 3 different languages, in English and Estonia and Russia. And we had opportunity to participate in different scientific conferences, and also we published already 1 scientific paper, and 3 are in progress at the moment. And also we produced videos, educational videos about alien species and their threat to native species. And we had a training course for officials on the prevention and practical control of the spread of aquatic alien species as well. So for conclusions, based on the decrease in the number of non-indigenous crayfish species, the trapping was effective only in 3 of 20 water bodies, actually. So, but stocking broadhead heels as an additional control method of NICs may be more effective than using narrowhead heels. And if we will optimization and development, the eDNA method can be employed to enhance the use of traps in the detection, monitoring, and control of invasive species. And this continuous monitoring is very important and should be continued in the future. And also is very necessary to raise public awareness about alien species general. So I would like to thank my team that who we will work together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine Keller, host z Estonska, thank you very much.
Catherine Keller, guest from Estonia. The first session is over. There is space for questions now. Does anyone want to ask anything about the presentations? Of course, all the speakers will be available to you during the coffee break. However, if you have any questions.
Good morning. I'd like to ask you, what do you do with the caught invasive fish? What do you do with them? That's a good question. Is there any practical use of them, those that have been trapped? Pavel Kožený wants to answer about the signal crayfish, I think. No, we liquidate actually by freezing the signal crayfish because we bought a big freezer. And as regards some useful applications, so we had an understanding with in the zoo garden as a fodder, and so we also tried to give it to our friends to actually use them for feeding animals. But in some situations it's possible. But if the invasive crayfish is has the plague actually, so and when after it's frozen, it's no longer infectious material. So it's an advantage, and you can actually deal with it further. But we did no extra research on this. Now, with regard to fish is not frozen, but it's some kind of rape oil, which has come. It's a loving medium, so to say, or peaceful. But it can be used as also for feeding of predating fish, but it should be in closed areas. But with regard to changes within the Czech Anglers Union, the actually the Crucian carp and others are called as actually for catching, you know, and so the Prussian carp, you know, but it's a big problem how to deal with them, of course. Let me add, with regard to invasive species, it was mentioned before, but if we have such big quantities of invasive species, that you have to try to find some legal procedures and processes of how to get rid of them. One of them is really to make an offer to zoo gardens. So it has some uses, but likewise, if you use the alternative, actually stockings of fish, you can use it again for feeding and like preparation of some feeding stuff. But sometimes the invasion is so extreme that you have no chance using biological processes to deal with it, you know. One more question. With regard to those obstacles, this is Mr. Kožený, I think, how you mark, what is your experience with the fish in the sense you spoke? So is it some kind of marking about that? That's the whole of my question. In the course of the project, there's migration of fish. We couldn't deal with that. We took measures in many locations. Then we focused only on crayfish. We know that the fish can also have actually carry the plague in its digestive system. But as I said, the migration barriers are not 100% efficient. So we just take it as a way of slowing down the invasion of those species. There are some other methods of or ways, you know, of spreading, like otters, some other animals that are near the streams. Although anglers or fishermen can also spread it. So then you have to focus efforts on those groups where you can launch some campaign in order to achieve the best possible effect in this. Thank you for your question. Some other question, please? Yes, the lady. I would like to ask you, ask Mark, did they find the composition of species, in the stocked fish, like how many species? So water invertebrates, how much are they represented? I mean, in terms of biodiversity and biomass. Thank you. Yeah, the question is quite complex, so I can't give you a complex answer or a speedy answer. Nevertheless, it shows that what is of key importance of the existing condition of the valuable fish ponds in protected actual areas is to get rid of the invasive fish as quickly as possible. You should do something with the predating fish. It can be sandals, it can be pike, and so in these conditions, the population or the diversity of invertebrates is growing, is increasing, though slowly. So we find out a gradual growth of the numbers, and so we target on the direct predators and talk with, for example, the Crucian carps, then it's faster. In such situation, basically, we talk about the density of stocking up to the maximum height of quantity of 150 kilograms per hectare. For your information, it was not mentioned here, the current is 560 hundreds of fish production per hectare. That's the actually catch today. So that's the production. So we use these figures for our calculations. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a comment that may have been going to all the presenters today, and that's about sustainability of projects. We all know there is a risk that when financing ends, even the activities in ongoing research or monitoring or activities also will cease. So maybe my question can go to Stanislav, the first presenter today. In Norway, there are 90, plus minus, wild salmon rivers. In Czechia, you had one, Kamenice. Is the survival of the salmon in Kamenice dependent on annual inoculation of eggs, or will it sustain itself? Thanks.
Poprosím o reakci.
Thank you very much for your comments. This incubation, using these incubation boxes, is 5 years ongoing. So actually, we are now in the moment, and looking for if salmons will come back or not. So this is the time if we will know if it helps or helps not. So in this term, we will see. We hope we will see increase this autumn amounts of salmons. But in terms of sustainability, this is what we were trying to do when we were cooperating with the local fishermen, because as I was presenting the incubation box, it's freely available. So the fishermen can download the prototype and do it by themselves and use it. So we suppose if they will know how to use it, it's freely on themselves. In terms of the salmons, yes, there's only one river in Czech Republic, but there is a huge potential in the national park, because if something is scarce, and this is a scare in Czech Republic, the salmon, it's very attractive for tourists. So it brings a lot of people to the national park just because there are only one river in Czech Republic where you can see the salmon. So it's a huge potential for this.
Děkuji za odpověď. Budeme si držet palce. Projekt potrvá, samozřejmě to záleží na
We can root for the project, of course. Thank you for your answer. We can root for the project. It depends on the approach of the fishermen, on the Ministry for the Environment, or the institution that can support the whole project. And we can also root for ourselves so that the project can be spread or continue in rivers like Ohře River and some other rivers with potential of becoming again salmon-occupied rivers like it was in the past. Any other questions? I see no hands raised. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a coffee break, and we should resume at about 11:50 plus minus a minute. So I wish you to spend good moments during the coffee break.
Dámy a pánové, chtěl bych vás požádat, abyste se zase pohodlně usadili. Za minutku budeme pokračovat v naší konferenci. Dámy a pánové, pokračujeme v konferenci Inovace v ochraně životního prostředí.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our conference, Innovation in Environmental Protection. We have another session on botanics and plants, more of them. It is something that I've outlined already a little bit. The situation is that some of the species which have penetrated to our Czech nature, unlike the native ones, have the advantage that they can be beautiful. And, you know, in case of plants, this has been the case of several decades. Somebody brings some plants and it grows 3 meters high. It's a beautiful specimen for some botanical collection, which then you can find in nature, and you have some wild plants epidemics. This is what I can't explain to my parents. They have a tendency to plant on the brook shores some kind of willows. Why do you do that? And they said they are so beautiful, and this may be something which we jointly, as natural scientists, not people working in the media, should try to explain to broad public. Not always everything that is beautiful is beneficial. Useful for us. In the case of plants, this is something that can be illustrated nicely. I'd like to welcome Kateřina Berchová-Bíma from the Czech University of Life Sciences, who will explain us how not to support invasive species. And she is very skillful, and she will have 2 sessions. The other one will be liquidation of invasive species in practice, so I hand over and have a rest.
Pánové, já myslím, že nejsem až...
I think I'm not so capable. However, I was very lucky. Together with my team, we got the funding or the support, not just for one, but for 2 projects from Ragokol. So I would be glad if I could introduce both of them to you. Both of them concern the invasive species of plants, and each of them is about fighting the invasive species from different sides. One of them focuses on prevention against spreading of the invasive non-original species, and the second one focuses on disposal and systematic approach to management of invasive non-original species of plants. I would like to start with the first project, which is called Grow Safely, Do Not Support Invasive Species. The reason why we tried to implement this project, and I hope we succeeded, is that in the Czech Republic we have quite a long tradition of studying invasive non-original species of plants. In 2022, however, the catalog had been prepared a long time before that. We updated the catalog of invasive non-original species, and it showed that the number of invasive species and at the same time species that spread in the free nature increases. Here, I don't want to tell you any detailed numbers. However, here in the Czech Republic, we have over 1,500 non-original plant species, which represents about 40% of all represented taxons of higher plants, and 16% of the whole flora is either naturalized or invasive. That means those are species that are not original in our nature. They are either permanently present or they spread invasively. These species we then divide into so-called archaeophytes and neophytes. There are fewer archaeophytes significantly, and these are the species that got into this Central European space with the first farmers. So they came here at the time of Neolithic revolution, we can call it, and over 1,000 types of neophytes are plants that got here starting in the 15th century, and the numbers are increasing all the time. The reason is trade, opportunities for fast transport around the globe, and out of these 75 are invasive species. 3 of them are on the list of non-original invasive species. We targeted our projects on invasive species in the Czech Republic in gardens. You can see that a large number of the species we are talking about that became naturalized after a while or invasive after a while originally come from gardening garden landscaping cultures. And when about 10 years ago research was done on this subject, it showed that over 50% of species that are either naturalized or even invasive in our nature, over 50% of them come originally were grown as decorative plants. You can see that many of them are very decorative, beautiful plants, very strong plants with a very interesting flowers and not similar to our original flora. You can see that these species are permanent. Even though we know they are naturalized, can start to spread, or they are already so spread that we can consider them to be invasive non-original species. These species are used in the garden production, in garden compositions, and are distributed in the gardening distribution network, in hobby markets, and so on. And a common gardener who wants to have a beautiful garden, of course, does not know whether the species that he buys are the dangerous species that may become invasive, or if it's a species that cannot cause any harm to our nature. That's why we decided or tried to raise the awareness among the gardeners, the gardeners of course, don't approach these invasive non-original species the same way as those who try to protect the nature, because the gardeners have always looked for species that have such properties that will actually help them become invasive in the future, like easy multiplication or easy survival in our conditions. Simple spreading and so on. And the species gardeners prefer then help these species to spread to the nature. And unfortunately, in the Czech Republic, compared to other European countries, we lagged behind a little bit in the awareness about the invasive non-original species, because in other countries, for example, in Great Britain, this topic is discussed within the gardening community, and they are able to share information mutually about species that are spread in some garden compositions or those newly found spreading. However, in the Czech Republic, we have nothing like that. And from the perspective of the gardening community at the beginning of the project, we noticed a certain resistance, slight resistance, that we want to take something away from them, to ban something, or to be directive somehow towards them. And as nature protectors, to tell them what they can grow, what they cannot grow. So what we try to do is to convince this gardening community that we don't want to be restrictive, just the opposite. That the species we are talking about, and there are not so many of them, they usually don't like in their garden compositions, because such species can overgrow the whole garden composition within a few years and destroy the rest of the species, and it is hard to get rid of these species later. And we try to show them, using an example of good practice, that we can fully, hopefully, to leave out these species from the garden compositions and substitute them with other species which will fulfill an environmental function. We base this on long-term experience of our colleagues from the Research Institute Silva Tarocchi in Průhonice, where in dendrological garden there are over 15 years we have had the the perennial flower beds, where our colleagues monitor behavior of various species they use. We have identified types there that we call dangerous or escapers. Those are the species that have the ability to spread from these flower beds and to get naturalized. And we added those species where we know they have the status on invasive non-original species. Even though they are not used in the new garden compositions, they remain in these gardens as relics of from the past, and people pass it over as a tradition. And they still are present there to some extent. And in these flower beds, we also identified the species that could serve as the safe alternatives. That means those that don't have the invasive behavior. So we did some research both in the shadowy and sunny flower beds. It was quite a complex and long-term methodology approach. I would not like to discuss the results in detail here. However, I would like to tell you I would just like to tell you about the list of the species that were very nicely established in the sunny flower beds. Those are the species that we probably should not use too much because they have the expensive behavior. You can see there the examples on the slide. The list is on the slide. We did the same in the beds in the shadows. It's a different spectrum here. Based on this research, we put together a list of species that are dangerous, in fact, when it comes to them spreading into the nature. Here you can see the examples again. There are many species. Many of them you may recognize in the pictures, and we focused on them. And we put together a list of those dangerous types and their safe alternatives. And we tried to introduce this our approach in a series of seminars, field workshops, in workshops for gardening public. We tried to share this list with them and to specify the individual species, because it showed that putting together the list of the most dangerous species is quite difficult. And but what was even more difficult was finding the safe alternatives, because in some species, what happened? We offered a safe alternative based on our experience. However, our colleagues from South Moravia said, no, this species definitely cannot be considered to be safe, because it spreads invasively into the same biotopes as another species that spreads easily in Czechia. So we tried to share this information with the gardening community, and we also approached it very carefully. We saw that some of the species are not invasive yet. However, they spread easily, and we we found out that in the Czech Republic, in secondary gardening schools, this topic is not discussed at all. So we tried to address these young people and then an even younger generation when we had a campaign in elementary schools, and we called it a campaign students to students. When the bachelor degree students at universities went to either elementary schools or secondary schools and tried to explain to their younger colleagues and tell them more about this topic, and we saw that they were able to talk to the younger generation in an acceptable way for them, and the younger people were able to accept the information better this way. So the students did not perceive the project in a classic way when somebody comes to their school, tries to lecture them on something, but they took them more, they took it very well, and they as examples of the good practice, we realized 15 demonstration beds when we substituted the dangerous species by safe species, by the safe alternatives. I mean, we created two types of composition, one rural and one urban one, and for each flower bed we had an information board saying how certain species were substituted by other species. Here you can see the alternatives. This is the this is an example of such an information board. We suggested alternative species with similar color of flowers. However, doesn't spread so quickly. The examples are on the slide. You can see the differences. The flower beds are spread all over the country, and we worked on them in cooperation with local communities. So we engaged also local citizens, non-profit organizations. They helped us build these flower beds, and they also took over the care of these flower beds. We will be available to them further for consultations, so that the project is sustainable also in the future. However, they will take care of the flower beds, and they will substitute them in case some species disappears and things like that. We have built another flower bed like this on a school farm called Amalia. This project will be presented in the afternoon by our colleague from the university. The flower beds today look like this. On the left, you can see what they looked like. Those are the classic gravel flower beds with the perennials. And this year, the flower beds look like this. All the way on the right, you can see the autumn aspect of the flower bed from 2022. These are pictures from autumn last year. Some of the flower beds come from autumn last year, and this spring you can see that the onion plants are already out. We have also made an instructional video. We can find it on our website, and we have put together a catalog of the dangerous species and their safe alternatives, which you can also download on the website. And it is possible to find all the information there. I would like to thank also all the partners of this project because we worked on this project with together with WUKOS and also the another non-profit organization that are responsible for communication with the gardening community, because for us as experts in biological invasions, they were not so open to us. I would like to also thank Coventry University, Cooperating University, which was partially an inspiration for us, especially in searching for the spreading species and also in involving the public. I think all of this also has impact on the lay public, because lately in the past few months, various gardening magazines want to talk to us about this. They want to publish articles about this, and so I think that we are able to communicate through the gardening magazines with the gardeners as well. That was the first project. Now, if I may, I will go to the second project, focusing on the invasive species from the other side.
In this project, we focused on management of invasive species of plants which are spreading in the Czech Republic, and we have cooperated with National Park Administration. There is the Podyje and Czech Switzerland National Parks. Let me just note that the Šumava National Park has not been a partner of the project, but our colleagues from that park have cooperated with us very closely, and they shared the liquidation of the invasive species and the whole concept of approach to the invasive species. The liquidations were not carried out just in the territories of the national parks, but also of the landscape protection areas. And we focused on four basic objectives, because if we want to eradicate invasive species, so what we need as the basic material for that is very precise finding of occurrence of those species and what kind of environments they exist, and how from those particular occurrences, places of occurrence, they can spread. So how big their invasive potential is of the species and of the locations. Another factor with stronger influence is the management of invasive species is the used method of liquidation. Though it can be kind of shallow, it still is obvious that for some species, in order to be nature friendly, the people use inappropriate methods of eradication, which, on the contrary, support the younglings and spreading of such species, and so improper cutting of acacia species, or the cutting and tearing of biomass in some other species, so the wild plants, and so it's also necessary to have such methods for combating invasive species. So we have tried to cultivate some of the methods and evaluate their efficiency, and we targeted on particular species. And because our team, quite a long time ago, created a methodological approach to management of invasive species, which is outdated today. However, so on the basis of of that inquired information within the project, we have tried to update the methodological approach and consulted also those individual methods also with the Ministry for the Environment. And at the present time, the methodology has been completed and will go through the reviewing process. So why we have attempted to implement this project, the reason is that IBS identified the invasive species as one of the 5 worst dangers of biodiversity on a global scale, and exactly in national parks where the invasive species occur, the danger is even higher, all the more so that there are also no intervention areas, no intervention zones, where no management is supposed to be carried out. And if an aggressive invasive plant species spreads there, it's necessary, it can actually destroy all those ecosystems, and actually such a change is irreversible. And one more reason was that in the framework of national parks, we could see that the approaches to liquidation of invasive species were quite inconsistent. Actually, there was trial methods were used and of the individual methods. So we tried to put everything in one single document, combine it in one document so that we could have a consistent methodological approach for the whole Czech Republic, and so which could be used then also for organizations and municipalities, administrative bodies, let's say within the state administration and self-government, which through invasion, biological invasion, which actually do not deal with biological invasions. So I tried to introduce the methodological approach we had here. You can see the first you must, on a big scale, within some broader area, like the whole national park or some parts of the regions, district level or protected areas. So you must identify some locations, and on the basis of mapping of the individual species, and mapping must be done about those localities which mostly threaten the protected areas or small-scale protected areas, etc. So the reason why not to actually have a all-inclusive approach within the administration of one single body is that there are many of those spreading invasive species, and there are many localities like that, and there is a little money for that. And so the liquidation of invasive species, you may have noticed that in the previous session, is always demanding in terms of funds and time. So you have to set priorities to design a strategic plans of what to go for first, where I will have sufficient efficiency. And then, after I've been able to secure, let's say, the hotbeds of spreading, where the situation is worse within an area, so I can advance to additional locations. Then, of course, in the individual locations where I set the high priority, it's necessary to design a very detailed map of occurrence of the particular species, and then to set the type of biotope where it spreads, where they spread, and also provide for the method of liquidation and the tools to be used for such eradication. And in the third step, after you do the eradication, it's necessary to evaluate the efficiency of such eradication, because mostly it's not 100% efficient or effective. And so then you have to determine whether some parts of the location where there is a smaller occurrence to a sufficient degree, whether they should perhaps be, whether priorities should be changed, for example. So in general, we can say that in the individual locations, the way we proceed is that the worst, the densest, actually growth, bushes, etc., are left for the last step, and the smallest localities then are dealt with, where we have the biggest chance of success in one particular season. And actually, we work out such locations one by one, and finally we get to the worst location. And of course, we always proceed in such a manner in order to protect the precious species existing in that location. So we are in the vicinity of a small-scale protected area. We try to create some kind of a buffer zone in order to prevent the spreading of a particular species in some small-scale protected area, etc. So, like I said, one of the most important steps is a precise mapping of the particular species. We have developed an app for that, recording all those characteristics that are very important for a good design of the management method, and also setting of priorities. And the output is, like you see in the middle picture, middle image, a layer, a map with polygons of occurrence of the different species, and actually cover in those polygons that, and then actually become a part of the whole process. And then the maps look like this. Within the project, we have mapped complete 19 locations, in Podia 18, and 8 actually in the Czech Switzerland, Švýcarsko park. And this is how the localities looked. And then we started the so-called circle of good farm manager. So we applied that to the different locations, and then it was then identified or whether it worked, whether it was sufficiently effective, and it showed that the such checking after application is suitable, but only to find out whether the method was applied precisely for the whole planted area. But the applicability must be checked in the following seasons only, because each of the plants has a different physiology. And in the case of trees especially, we could see that in spite of good application of that method, because the tree did not die out so quickly as we had imagined, like also in the spraying of some clonal plants, etc. And then step by step, in this way, the strategy of approach to the whole location was designed, and we focused basically on setting correctly the strategy, and at the same time to help help those most effective methods of eradication become visible for the particular groups of plants. So we have liquidated several species in the National Park of Czech Switzerland. Those were the knotweeds, and we sprayed herbicides on them, and it showed that it was better to use selective herbicide, actually to other plants, because it's better for the location. Something about the use of herbicides in the national park. It's a little bit complicated question, because in the national park the use of herbicides is strictly prohibited. But after long-term experience of the national park workers, we jointly with the management of the national park and in the ministry officials, we came to a conclusion that an exception was necessary in this case, because some, nature saving part-wise interventions did not, actually absolutely no helps, and in those areas, especially in marginal areas, it was this would be very dangerous, because then would be spreading of those non-native invasive species. Then we also liquidate the pine and also the actually other plants, and it was actually the other plants like weeds. And I'll show you another method which seems to be very effective. It's like drilling with the assembly of herbicides. We also tested liquidation of invasive species. And in the Šumava National Park, the situation is quite specific, because the only invasive species we have problems with is a particular species, one particular species, and the other ones only start spreading. And in cooperation with the National Park Management, we actually, in the framework of early detection, we liquidated the occurrence of those species. So we focused on this particular plant, which was Lupinus polyphilus, so because our message didn't help. But in the National Park of Šumava, there was a problem with the other part, that is with the knotweed on some others, and the objective was to protect the boundaries of the national park, so that the species that has already spread in the neighborhood could not get into the territory of the national park, and so that the national park actually would not be hit by that invasion. So, and here we have the drilling method, and we tried to introduce all those things in practice to the respective specialists in seminars and workshops, and we attempted to apply the individual methods of liquidation in order to spread the spreading of invasive species. And so we tried to organize workshops, open day doors, science, trade fairs, etc. Okay, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and especially to Norway Grants for making this implementation of these two projects possible. Kateřina Berchová-Blímová has just said this. You have been excellent in doing this. 2 lectures in one, actually, more than. And you have actually convinced. I have one of those weeds on my garden. Of course it is spreading, but so we will do actually something about that. Next topic is also connected with the spreading of plants, and that is the Czech ones, with enthusiast botanists in Říčany. When I was a mayor of that Říčany village, and we did, some measures like that, she actually contacted me and said, I would be kind of a pirate. I'm blocking your attempts. It was kind of a guerrilla war. She collected seeds with the seed pumps, and so on those meadows that we actually had. I wish she was good in doing that, and it was good. So Mrs. Stochlova, who's from the Czech Union of Nature Protections, and she will talk about actually the regional seed mixtures as an effective tool for protecting the diversity of grassland habitats.
And I'm from Czech Union for Nature Conservation, and I would like to present to you our project that is called Regional Seed Mixtures as an effective tool for protecting the diversity of grassland habitats. So first, generally, what are regional seed mixtures? So in the last century, most of our grasslands were plowed, and later they were again regrassed, but unfortunately, oftentimes species poor mixtures were used for this, and so we lost a lot of our natural diversity of our grasslands. Nowadays, it's quite popular to also use species-rich mixtures for bees and insects like that. But unfortunately, these are often unsuitable as well because they contain some exotic species. Oftentimes, these mixtures with annuals are used as well. They are good for cities and such, but unsuitable again for the landscape. The solution to this is to only use seeds that are locally collected and only sow them in regions where they were collected, and those are the regional seed mixtures. Grassland restoration can be done by several different methods. One of them are the regional seed mixtures, and the mixtures can be created by firstly growing different species in seed beds like this and then mixing all the species together, or they can be directly harvested from species-rich grasslands, and that is the method that we focused on in our project. There are other methods as well, for example using green hay method or spontaneous succession. I will talk a bit more about the green hay in a few minutes. So what was the situation in our country before the project started? So the public was quite interested in the topics of meadows in general. Also the methods were known, and we had various experience with grassland restoration. Especially in White Carpathians, where they have over 20 years of experience with regional seed mixtures. However, the White Carpathians region is quite different from the rest of the Czech Republic. Because White Carpathians have quite vast meadows that can be harvested well, but this is not the case for the rest of the Republic. So for the rest of the Republic, we didn't know the sites for seed collection. They were quite small, and we also had only minimal experience with smaller brush harvesters that can be used for the smaller areas. Because in the White Carpathians, again, they are using big tractor harvester that is unsuitable for the most of the Czech Republic. We also wanted some data-based comparisons of the different methods that can be used, and we also wanted to look at the economic aspects of creating regional seed mixtures. So we got together with all of these project partners, so the Czech Union for Nature Conservation and two of our local chapters, White Carpathians and Vlašim. And then we got together also with universities, University of South Bohemia and Masaryk University, and also with the company Agrosty Strávníky. We also had two foreign or international partners, the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences from Norway, and BROS from Slovakia. And altogether, we worked on this project for over 2 years. Main goals of the project was to find suitable donor sites for seed collection and make a database out of that. Then compare the different methods. So we were looking at the brush harvesters, the green hay, and also threshing. And we also wanted to heighten the public interest in regional seed mixtures specifically. And in the long term, we wanted to make grassland restoration more available and economically feasible. So we did loads of different activities during this project. Here are some of them. Of course, to find the suitable meadows or grasslands, we had to do a lot of botanical monitoring. Then we were collecting the seeds. This is one of those brush harvesters. And we also took samples for analysis in the lab, and we did also some sowing. Now I will talk about these activities in a bit more detail. So firstly, to the database of species-rich grasslands. So as I said, the White Carpathians are a bit different from the rest of the Czech Republic. So we were looking for suitable sites in various environmental conditions and various vegetation types, so that we would have all of the Czech Republic covered in each region, at least somewhat. And we wanted to put all of this into a database so that the public would have easy access to this data when planning grassland restoration. The database can be found on this website, project website, Slouky.cz, and this is how it looks. So here you can see a map of the Czech Republic, and if you click into it, for the place where you want to restore your grassland, here you can see all of the suitable sites from the nearest to the receptor one. If you go into the detail, you can see that it doesn't show the exact position of the site, and this is to protect the owners from some unauthorized visits from the public. All right. In the site overview, you can see plant species and community terrain methods that are suitable for this site, protection status, and of course contact, so you can agree upon the seed collection. Now, at the suitable sites, we use different brush harvesters. So this is the big tractor harvester from White Carpathians that I mentioned earlier. And we compared this to other harvests that we got from the project. And these were pushed harvesters. We had 2 types from Germany and from Australia, and then this handheld harvester from Canada. And we compared these brush harvesters to other methods as well. So as I mentioned, green hay, this method basically uses the biomass that is directly transferred from source sites to the field that is being restored. Alternatively, you can also use dry biomass. And we also use thresh material where the hay is cut and then is threshed on stationary threshing machine, and it can be sown whenever is suitable, which is the difference from the green hay that has to be transferred directly. Throughout the project, we have 8 big experimental sites where we compared all of these methods at the same place. So we harvested 3 times per season. You can see it here. So this is July, August, and September. And these squares are for the different methods. So tractor harvester, pushed harvester, and here the handheld and the green hay and the threshing. As you can see, some of the sites were nice and big, and we could put all of the squares right next to each other. Other sites were not so nice, and we had to be a bit more creative with putting the squares. Correspondingly to the sites where we were harvesting, we had also 4 receptor sites, where again they were divided into experimental squares based on the different methods of collection of the seeds. Here, for example, you can see the squares for the green hay method, right? So as I've said, due to time constrictions and people constrictions, we only had 4 of these sites. They will be monitored long term. We have some very preliminary results, but we only had 2 seasons for this, and the meadows take several years to establish properly. So we will be monitoring them for the years to come, so we had proper results from this. However, from every seed collection, we did the sample for the analysis. So here on the picture, you can see how the material looks right after harvest. Here is how it's dried and cleaned. You can see that there is some still like biomass without seeds in there as well. This is because there are lots of different seeds and it is not possible to clean to have just only the seeds, right? And here you can see how it looked in the lab where my colleagues did this job to differentiate between all of those seeds and count all of them, so we would know actually what type of seeds the harvesters are able to collect. And now for some of the results. So as I said, we created the databases. This is the database of the suitable sites. Here you can see that we have suitable sites all over the Czech Republic, even though in some regions there are more of the sites than in others. And by the way, this is the admin view, so you are not going to see that as public because, as I said, they are not the exact position right for the public available. Then we created a database of zone sites that, as I said, will be monitored long term. Again, you can see here where the zone sites were, these blue dots. And we also put all of the vegetation data into another database. As for the seed data, we found out that the brush harvesters work quite well in terms of what kind of species and kind of seeds they are able to harvest. But of course, it depends on when and where you are harvesting. So that's why we created this program that predicts what the actual seeds or species are going to be in your seed mixtures based on where and when you are harvesting. So you can use this. And also we created some methodologies about assessment of suitable sites and also how best to harvest to have the best results. As I said, we also wanted to heighten the public awareness about this topic. So we published some articles on these websites. We also did lots of different workshops, and we also created some video spots about this topic that can be found on our YouTube channel, for example. Now, the project has ended, but as I've said, we only had 2 years, and this is a lot of work to do, so the work continues after the project as well. What we want to focus on now, one is the harvesters. As I said, they are quite good in collecting different types of seeds. However, they are not always very efficient in terms of how the harvesters are operated. Sometimes it's quite difficult for the people to operate them, so we want to look into that and maybe even build new machine that would be a bit easier. We want to do some new projects where we could look into some unsolved questions, for example, the genetics of different plant species, or what is the effect of the harvesting on insects. And we also want to cooperate with various subjects, and we would like to supply enough regional seed mixtures to cover the demand. We also want to expand the database of suitable sites and put new sites in there. As you could see, there were some areas which weren't covered as much as the others. And we would like to link this to the certification process, because now, due to legislation, it's not very easy to certificate the regional seed mixtures, so we want to cooperate with state agencies and make it a bit more easier for people who want to produce the regional seed mixtures and make a national program out of this. And of course, we are developing a long-term strategy to make this program economically viable and self-sufficient. This year we are working on some smaller cooperation, but we hope that in time this project or program will grow. So that is all from me. I thank you for your attention.
My děkujeme Tereze Štochlové z Českého svazu.
I would like to thank Teresa Stechlova from the Czech Union for Nature Conservation, who talked about how to take care of the meadows in White Carpathians. Now we will go to the Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague, Zuzana Musilová, and we will talk again about the implementation of floating green islands to improve nesting conditions for waterfowl and strengthen the biodiversity of pond ecosystems. Zuzana Musilová.
For a nice introduction here. I guess you are all starving, but I promise I'll be really fast with our islands. So I would like to talk about our nature-based solution, artificial floating islands that are focused on the protection of birds, especially to improve the breeding sites for them. Why is important islands for water birds? These are important sites for breeding, especially on fish ponds here in Czechia, and is the place for successful breeding, because the successful breeding is really important for the population dynamics of the species, for the decline or increase. So, and there is a strong competition for these breeding sites because there are a lack of them, and it's a kind of critical source for water birds. About fish ponds again, these are romantic touristic destination. You'll probably use it for your holidays. These are hotspots both for plants and animals, but the summer reality is sometimes like this. It's definitely not suitable for swimming. There is really low water transparency during the summer, a lot of deaths of fishes, and very poor conditions for breeding birds. This is caused especially by high stock of carps, by a lot of nutrients in the water, and it could cause also the degradation of breeding habitats such as islands, littoral stands of vegetation, and so on. Here you can see some examples of the decrease of suitable nesting site for birds. Here are three ponds like Řežabinec, Staré jezero, and Rod ponds. And you can see on this map lowering of lower amount of like islands on one side and littoral vegetation on the other side. This decrease in nesting site is also connected with worse quality of this site. Like it's the vegetation is not suitable for breeding of birds because there are more and more warm springs, like this year in April, and the vegetation is not suitable for the breeding. Then some management is necessary, but it's not help enough because of the temperatures in the spring or precipitation. So, and this loss of breeding sites can cause even the degradation of some breeding colonies, like this example on fish pond Schwarzenberg, when you can see a picture of existing colony, and here is from 2019 when the colony was lost almost. Based on our previous previous results of other projects, we found out that ducks are able to successfully breed with with gulls, because gulls are like umbrella species, protective ones, and help to keep the place safely against the predators. So that was the background why we put this project to increase suitable nest sites for both ducks, gulls, and terns. We have several partners. One is water management, development, and construction. This is the father of the technology of floating islands. And other partners like fisheries, the owners of the sites, and so on. We focused on especially threatened waterbird species like ducks and gulls and terns. And we have two main sites for our islands in North Bohemia and in South Bohemia on fish ponds. This is our team. We have also a partner from Nina from Norway, Diego Pavon Jordan. Here you can see him working really hard in the field, but he helped us also with the data management, analysis, and the implementation of the project. What are our main outputs of this project is we created alternatives for waterbirds for breeding. We found out that the breeding together is really important, and it's possible to use these floating islands to support this breeding together. We supported also some local breeding colonies, both for ducks and gulls and terns. And we found out that the islands are also suitable as roosting sites for migrating or resting birds. Some technical details about the islands. It's gabion-based, it's steel material, very flexible and long-term. We use a sandwich of the net to put a coconut inside, then put local plants, and in total it's 32 square meters and 16 pieces of this gabion piece. So now I'll show you some examples of our successful sites. Like this is example for support of local breeding colonies of black-headed gull close to České Budějovice on fish pond domain. We tested the platforms for breeding of gulls and terns. It was really successful. Gulls used both the plant parts and the empty plants as well. And they were able to breed together with few of duck species. Another example of our successful island is here on Fishatov fish pond, just especially to support local breeding colonies of terns, like you've heard before by Teresa, and we supported this colony by almost 60 nests of ducks, terns, and gulls. Another example here in this site, we return the breeding of common pochard in fish pond Obecní, close to Kardashova Řečice. You can see the increase in breeding in number of broods in the area. We were able here to return the species to this fish pond system again. On this side, there was our first island from 2022. It's maybe good to mention that we had only one breeding season, so we are able to start here in summer and then continue the next year, and we supported the breeding of tufted duck and other declining European species of duck. It's worth to mention that our nests were successful comparing to other nests on the coast of the fish pond, mostly predated. Our islands was used also as a roosting site for migrating and breeding birds as well. We are not only successful. As you can see here, there was an attempt to return the breeding colony on Schwarzenberg fish pond, as I mentioned before, and we put 4 islands there, but it was all of them were destroyed by swans and geese. So we found out that there is an issue with the plants destroyed by other species, such as geese and swans. So that's why we would like to continue. We had another project to focus on the destruction of the plant vegetation, then to monitor the predation on the island, because it seems that it's more safe, its safety than natural ones. And we also would like to create a map of suitable sites for these islands, focused again on our 4 species. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Tolik Zuzana Musilová z České zemědělské univerzity. Děkuji moc.
So much Zuzana Musilová from the Czech University of Natural Arts. Thank you for your contribution. And this session is closed. Now it's time for your questions. Should you have some questions on those 4 presentations that have been expressed right now? I don't see no hand raised. Yes, I see one. Mr. Baksa will get the mic.
Well,
I apologize, I'm not going to talk for a long time. Just one such a note. You have my admiration. I apologize at the beginning, Mrs. Kateřina Berchová, because I thought that opinion atomization in the case of fishermen is big and strong, but each and every gardener has an opinion. So if you have an energy to spend your time in the education of gardeners. So I take my hat off before you, because as I see it, it's trying actually to crank the engine, and you have to do the cranking all the time, otherwise it will stop. And I would like to ask you about your methodology or your ambitions, because I experience with eradication with the invasive species, those that are almost on the margin of being domesticated species. So the struggle against them, as we see it, makes no longer sense. At the time, they are spread in a large area. So does this apply also to plants? Do you focus on rather on local problems than to have bigger ambitions for eradication, like in the whole Czech territory? So it's a methodological question to you. Thank you very much for this question. Just a small comment on, I don't know the first part of the question. I don't know how long this will last. We will see. So let's wait and see. But there are many enlightened souls among the gardeners also. So the approach, we are trying to change the attitudes of the gardeners slowly. So about the methodological approach, basically it is like you say. The issue is that in case of plants, the situation is that some of them are able to change totally the entire ecosystem and cause a change which can be irreversible, or it's very, very difficult to return to original conditions. And the change to what the natural condition of the community will take a terribly long time. So we actually aim at species and at the same time at biotopes or habitats that are precious with regard to nature protection, and there it has sense to protect the valuable communities and to get rid of the invasive species. You can't say this on this location it is this community, on some other location it is that community. But not, but maybe the whole region. It's not just one location, it's from one location to another, and it's necessary to make a decision where to target money and efforts, because this is actually demanding in terms of prices of human resources. So you must decide where there is still something to be protected, and then focus on the species where there is the highest impact on the natural ecosystem. And if I can have one more question. I have noticed in your presentation that you actually come back to the particular location in a year's time to in order to find out whether the irrigation interventions have worked. And I'm talking about the energy, about your work, because you are in nature. Well, the way I see it is that you actually stroll around the area and try to find out vitality of plants. Perhaps you can have multispectral analyses in this country today to see the stress reactions and of the individual plants. So it's maybe kind of an stimulation, perhaps, or a question. Do you also go in this way? Yes, it is possible. I didn't present it in my lecture for time reasons. We also did remote sensing using drones and cameras, and it showed to be very efficient, highly efficient, in evaluating the efficiency of the particular interventions, and also in mapping the occurrence of the different species in inaccessible field or terrain, like Libušická actually place, etc. Thank you. You have opened a very interesting topic because the energy which is necessary for the protection of the nature is limited, and what is behind some, let's say, cultivators or producers of the particular decorative fish, it's business, and so it influences the whole. So English way cut lawn has the support of all the mowers, and it is actually advertised as an aesthetic ideal, but for us people who like to see the nature in its versatility, natural versatility. So we want to see meadows in full blossoms. Unfortunately, there are no many ads on the meadows. But for me, it's very important to have meetings with you, with people of similar thinking, and there is a hope in that. And such encounters, also thanks to the Norway grants, are of enormous importance. I don't see that there are any questions. We will have a longer break. It will be a lunch break, and we will resume about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Climate change on our planet is a topic that brings emotion, concern, and fear among us. It can be compared to a huge building on shaky foundations that leans over and threatens to fall down on us. Part of the public is not fully aware that this is a real problem. It hopes it's just a problem waiting to happen.
Problematika oteplování nebo obecně klimatické změny sebou přinese to, co už je dnes patrně notoricky známo a akceptováno i veřejností odbornou, i veřejností laickou. A to je, že bude docházet samozřejmě ke stálému narůstání průměrných teplot, ale co je možná horší, bude docházet ke stále častějším extrémům teplotním a k větším extrémům. My očekáváme, a dosavadní data to potvrzují, že bude docházet k narůstání počtu velmi suchých let, kdy bude velmi suché léto, extrémně suché léto, větší počty tropických dnů, tropických nocí a tak dále na jedné straně, to znamená extrémní sucho, a na druhé straně ty srážky budou padat ze stále větších přívalech. Méně často, ale o to větší přívaly, což když všechno takhle vezmu a zabalím do jednoho, tyto veškeré problémy vlastně přinesou do té české krajiny ohromný problém, protože ta česká krajina už dnes není schopná zvládat současné klimatické podmínky.
Naše krajina má celou řadu problémů. Jsou to problémy, které jsou na té produkční straně a zároveň ta produkční strana se potom promítá do toho celkového hospodaření. Po té stránce krajinného rázu nebo krajiny samotné, tak velký problém je fragmentace krajiny. To znamená, krajina vlastně ztratila svoji heterogenitu a vytvořily si velké půdní bloky. Zároveň krajina vlastně tím intenzivním hospodařením tak byla změněna tak, že voda z ní odtéká rychleji. Zhruba třetina naší zemědělské půdy je silně odvodněná systematickou drenáží, která v mnoha místech urychluje ten odtok. Často, když se v létě díváme na letecké snímky na zemědělské půdě, tak vidíme sucho a zároveň tam můžeme detekovat trasy drenáží, které vlastně jsou takovými preferenčníma cestama proudění, ve kterých je zhruba akumulována ta okolní vlhkost z těch polí. Vedle toho, jakým způsobem my hospodaříme, tak používáme často ty typy hospodaření na velkých půdních blocích, které z krajiny dělají velká parkoviště, která jsou po sklizni zcela černá. To znamená, se zvětšuje výpar vody z krajiny a ten tok vody do krajiny potom vlastně odvádí tu vodu, která by se zdržela v krajině, pryč do atmosféry a potom dále atmosférickým prouděním je ta voda převáděna na další místa. V české krajině není zadržována, chybí.
My tady potřebujeme z těch ročních srážek, úhrnu ročního, maximum zadržet v té krajině a ta česká krajina to nedokáže. Takže vedle toho, že bude stále rychlejší a intenzivnější výpar díky vyšší teplotě, tak hrozí, že velká část a stále větší část srážek nám odteče z české krajiny, aniž by se využila v té krajině. A nám tady bude zůstávat stále méně a méně vody, s tím, že ta voda navíc bude přicházet v takové formě, že abychom ji jímali, tak bychom měli vytvářet další a další akumulační a retenční prostory.
Tady je nutné připravit ty dlouhodobé strategie, které vlastně dají do rovnováhy akumulace, které jsou potřebné pro velké vodohospodářské systémy a soustavy, tak, aby velké aglomerace byly zásobovány a zároveň, aby tyhle velké vodohospodářské soustavy, které jsou tvořeny velkýma vodníma dílama, velkýma úpravnama, aby takováhle vodohospodářská infrastruktura měla dostatek vody, tak je nutné udělat ty plošná opatření, která jsou vlastně podstatou konceptu chytrá krajina.
To, co my budeme potřebovat, že budeme muset té krajině stále více a více pomáhat, aby ty extrémy dokázala vykrýt. Chytrá krajina je soustava pilotních projektů, to znamená projekty, které ověřují nějaké postupy, které potom můžeme uplatnit celoplošně. Jsou to projekty, kde na konci je určitá vize krajiny, která odolá klimatickým změnám 2050+. Bude to krajina, která dobře hospodaří s vodou, dokáže hospodařit s vodou i v těch tvrdých klimatických podmínkách, krajina, která podporuje, krajina, která nás uživí a krajina, v které se příjemně žije.
Tak na Amáli jsme v rámci konceptu Chytrá krajina umístili celý soubor opatření, z nichž to jedno z páteřních opatření je v těžišti jednoho malého povodí. Amála je pokrytá 2 párovými povodími, tak v těžišti toho povodí, které má větší podíl zemědělské půdy, tak byla postavena soustava akumulačních prvků, která je tvořena z malé vodní nádrže a je doplněna potom soustavou mokřadů, na které vlastně malá vodní nádrž navazuje. Tato soustava má za úkol jednak zvyšovat biodiverzitu v té části, která je chráněná, to znamená v nivě, která je cenná. V té nivě se vyskytuje kamenáč a tudíž vlastně tato opatření přispívají k podpoře této populace. A tím hlavním dopadem těchto akumulačních opatření je zpozdit odtok vody a získat potřebný objem vody, který je možné využít potom pro hospodaření v tom území v době sucha, pro zlepšování stavů ve vodních tocích v době sucha, protože nám nejde pouze jenom o množství vody, ale jde nám také o kvalitu a víme, že na každém zemědělsky obdělávaném poli každý zemědělec používá různé pesticidy, ať se jedná o herbicidy nebo fungicidy. A tyto pesticidy potom v rámci drenážních systémů vlastně jsou odváděny a soustředěny do říčních toků. Tak v zásadě my součástí tohohle z toho centrálního akumulačního opatření jsme umístili také mokřady, které mají tu funkci, že přispívají ke zmenšování těch koncentrací a k čištění té vody, která odtéká z té zemědělské půdy a je dotčená tím hospodařením i v rámci té chráněné krajinné oblasti při Vukolácku. Ten systém spočívá v tom, že jsme tam posílili to fungování té nivy tím, že jsme tam vytvořili umělý mokřad. Ten umělý mokřad je taková zemědělsky orientovaná kořenová čistírna, která v sobě obsahuje prvky, například biočár, které sorbují tyto pesticidy. Součástí našeho projektu je celá řada opatření. Vybraná z nich jsou již v určitém stupni demonstrace. Zejména bych zmínil cirkulární řešení pro podporu biodiverzity vodních systémů v těch místech, kde je voda odváděna. Na vybraných hlavních odvodňovacích zařízení jsme v rámci projektu instalovali přihrášky, které zpomalují odtok vody při extrémních deštích. Díky nim je potom voda zadržená a my v zásadě tento opatření ještě doplňujeme cirkulárním řešením, kdy pomocí fotovoltaické energie chceme tu vodu vracet zpět do krajiny. To znamená, že na vybrané místo, které splňuje parametrizaci tohoto systému, tak jsme schopni dovést konkrétní vodu, která tam chybí a která z toho místa odtekla. Velice zajímavým a důležitým opatřením je opatření související s podporou biodiverzity v zemědělsky obhospodařených území. Pilotním opatřením je agrolesnictví. Na vybraných částech území my podporujeme výsadbu nových stromů a zároveň, vzhledem k tomu, že Evropská unie v současné době podporuje agrolesnictví, tak my tady máme pilotní parcely, kde testujeme parametrizaci tohoto opatření. To znamená, že v té konkrétní parcele tam testujeme skladbu stromů, množství stromů.
Na tu myšlenku chytré krajiny, celé série pilotních projektů pro různé typy krajiny jsme přišli někdy před 6 lety a Mali je prvním odstartovaným projektem. Je nejvíc skloňovaná, protože je nejdál. V tuto chvíli těch 5 let, co tam běží ten projekt, tak je na té krajině už vidět. Ten projekt Chytrý krajiny je skutečně dneska jedinečný i v rámci celé Evropy. Tak na takto velkých plochách a díky těm velkým plochám můžeme dělat systémová opatření. Máme z toho radost, můžeme se tam dnes jezdit dívat na jednotlivá dílčí opatření, ale zároveň před náma ještě minimálně 5-7 letá cesta, abychom ten projekt dotáhli do konce. Ta chytrá krajina má jednu důležitou věc oproti jiným pokusům. Ta naše území jsou prošpikována různými čidly. Takže my cokoliv uděláme, tak okamžitě na těch čidlech vidíme odezvu, vidíme reakci té krajiny, toho systému a ty obrovské množství dat, které se soustředují v centru, jsou pak analyzovány a z toho my dostáváme neuvěřitelně jako reprezentativní a sofistikované výsledky a to si myslím, že je to hlavní. To je to hlavní, co vlastně ta chytrá krajina přinese. To, že dokážeme tady adaptovat konkrétně jednu krajinu je fajn, ale to, že máme tam čidla od začátku, než jsme to začali adaptovat a budou tam až do konce a budeme to sledovat ještě samozřejmě po ukončení adaptace, jak se ta krajina chovala před, během a po. To je to nejcennější. To je to nejcennější a tohle my musíme vyhodnocovat, protože z toho pak vypadnou ty nejúčinnější a nejlevnější řešení. Na adresu norských fondů já bych hrozně rád těmto fondům poděkoval. Poděkoval jim za to, že tomu našemu projektu uvěřili a že skutečně vlastně slyšíme i tu odezvu, že věří něčemu, co dává smysl do budoucna, že to není jenom, řekněme, obyčejný ozeleňování krajiny, ale je to něco sofistikovaného a zároveň to té krajině neubližuje, ale velmi jí to pomáhá.
It is said that we should carry in our memory the lives of those who are no longer with us. Once we forget, there is no way back. There are people among us who are trying to return to our nature what we have almost forgotten.
Populace lososa obecného v našich řekách úplně vymřela. Pokouším se obnovit tuto populaci nejen proto, aby děti neznaly lososa pouze z chladicích pultů, ale proto, aby viděli tuto rybu i v divoké přírodě.
My sa dívame na jednak historický výskyt tých jednotlivých druhů ryb, ale zkoumáme v podstate, kromě toho historického, i ten súčasný stav. A pri tom súčasnom stave sa díváme na tzv. Habitatové podmínky. Když vyberáme vhodné lokality, kde inkubaci dělat, zabýváme se různými charakteristikami, které ovlivňuje proudění vody. Musíme si tam jednak zmerať, jak vypadá to koryto toho vodného toku, veľmi detailné. Na to používame zase nástroje geodetického merania. No ale kromě toho taky hydrometrujeme, to znamená, že priamo v teréne na tých konkrétnych lokalitách, kde tie inkubaci dochází, sledujeme v průběhu roka povodne. Zabýváme sa suchým obdobím a pri týchto obdobiach riešime konkrétne rýchlosti proudení. Takže tá rýchlosť môže výrazným spôsobom ovlivniť život toho lososa, respektíve všetkých lososovitých rýb, ktorými sa zabýváme. Ale pomocou tých niekoľka meraní, ktoré v průběhu toho projektu získame, sme schopní získať nejakú informáciu, jak ten prútok vypadá presne v tom míste a to nám extrémnym spôsobom pomáha spresniť a skvalitniť tie modely. V tomhletom projektu navazujeme našu predchádzajúcu prácu, takže aj tých výber tokov, kde tá inkubace dělá, kde to hodnocení tej vhodnosti děláme, tak navazuje na toky, ako je Kamenice, ako je Malé Labé, ako je tok Lomná. No a k tomu sme pridali 7 ďalších, čiže dokupy máme 10 lokalít v rámci celej Českej republiky.
Zásadní vlastně lokalitou pro inkubaci jiker lososa je jediný potenciální vlastně tok a tím je řeka Kamenice v Národním parku České Švýcarsko. Je přístupná ze Severního moře, vlastně Labem, kdy Labé je až vlastně po Českou republiku, dá se říct, průchozí jedinou migrační bariérou přes Německo. Je plavební stupeň v Gesachtu, který je opatřen vlastně 2 rybími přechody. Čili Kamenice je vlastně takovým prvním přítokem na našem území, který má smysl pro obnovu aktuálně lososa obecného. Klíčovou roli tato schránka hraje při inkubaci jiker lososa, protože, jak potvrdili studie, losos nebo lososí jikra se musí vyvíjet již v mateřském toku, protože už v době tvorby toho zárodku nebo vývoje zárodku v ikře si losos zabudovává vazbu na to mateřské prostředí, to znamená, že si zapamatovává chuť té vody, když to takhle zjednoduším, a následně mu ta vlastnost homing napomáhá vracet se zpět do míst, kde se losos narodil. Zvyká si tak na tu potravu, která se v té vodě přirozeně vyskytuje, protože schránka je průtočná a dá se říct, že mikroorganismy, které se v té řece vyskytují a které slouží jako potrava nebo za potravu tomu plůdku, tak vlastně pronikají těma sítama dovnitř. Tyhle schránky, které jsme pojmenovali lososa, vznikly za účelem inkubace lososích jíker v Národním parku České Švýcarsko a aktuálně tak se v nich inkubuje i lipan podhorní, což je také lososovitá ryba, a vlastně zkoušíme tuto schránku i na dalších říčních rybách, jako je třeba pstruh, ostroredka, parma a nebo podoustev.
Vďaka podpore norských fondov sme byli schopní osloviť ďalšie inštitúcie nebo organizácie ryby, spolky konkrétnych osoby rybárov a rozšíriť tak metodiku, ktorú vlastne používame do ďalších miest v rámci celej Českej republiky a medzi ďalšie lidé, ktorým nie je lhostejný život nejen lososu, ale aj ďalších rybých populácií. A pevne dúfame, že to, čo sa nám podarilo inovovať, zlepšiť i vďaka norským fondom, môžeme ďalej rozširovať nejen v Čechách, ale tie naše znalosti posunúť a v spolupráci s partnermi v iných krajín sa snažiť o tú inkubácii rôznych druhov rýb v rámci Strednej Európy i napríklad v rámci projektu Interreg.
When someone starts a sentence with the words human hand in the sense of the environment, it usually does not end well. Somewhere, as humans, we changed nature in such a way that it almost became a desert for specific species. They lack food and a place to live. Dozens of species of birds, plants, and insects began to disappear from our landscape. Unfortunately, some of them are almost on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, new islands of hope slowly began to appear on our map. Sanctuaries that will help all living things survive and return in the future.
My jsme nějaký čas hledali místo, kde bychom mohli realizovat naši myšlenku budování ptačího parku. A vybrali jsme si právě toto místo severně od Jarohniveckého rybníka u obce Dubňany z několika důvodů. Jeden z důvodů byl ten, nebo hlavní důvod byl ten, že je tady pestrá mozaika různých prostředí, biotopů, jsou tady místa úplně mokrá, jsou tady místa suchá a je tady jako pestrá škála těch přechodů mezi rybníkem, mokřadem, vlhkou loukou, suchou loukou a nad tím ční, dá se říct, až takové jako suché písčité hrůdy. Takže toto je pestrá škála biotopů, která skýtá pestré podmínky a tím pádem je tady obrovský potenciál na to, aby tady byla pestrá příroda. Předtím, než jsme cokoliv tady začali dělat, tak tady proběhl rozsáhlý monitoring a mapování, co vlastně tady máme. V rámci toho území jsme našli takové, dá se říct, malé ostrůvky s původními druhy a s hodnotnou biodiverzitou, s potenciálem kolonizovat to prostředí v případě, že mu ty podmínky jako naskytneme. Ten druhý důvod, proč jsme si vybrali toto území, byl ten, že toto území bylo dlouhou dobu opuštěné. A nás právě na tom lákala ta výzva vlastně přeměna nebo rekonstrukce těch biotopů. My jsme přišli do prostředí, které bylo totálně zarostlé zlatobílem, který tady rostl v obrovských plochách. A právě přetváření tohoto prostředí s potenciálem na zajímavé původní biotopy. Mokřady jsou velmi pestrým biotopem v našich podmínkách, kde je voda, tam je i život. Co je důležité, je, aby toto prostředí bylo vlastně nějakým způsobem manažováno, nějakým způsobem udržováno.
Nacházíme se na pastvinách, konkrétně u jedné tůně, která byla vyhloubena. Těch tůní je tady několik a plní několik funkcí. Primárně ty tůně jsou zdrojem vody pro samotný dobytek. Ale hlavním důvod je, že z této vody, z těchto mělkých tůní, profituje celá řada dalších organismů. Třeba obojživelníci, anebo hmyz vázaný k vodnímu prostředí. Vemte si jenom skupinu vodních brouků. Za první 2 roky tady bylo zjištěno 85 druhů.
Z hlediska ptáků a obecně přírody je zemědělská krajina pouští, bohužel, protože se v ní velmi intenzivně hospodaří. Hodně se používají různé chemické prostředky, jedou se monokulturní vlastně výsadby a všechno je to velmi vlastně využívané až do mrtě, takže prostě pro přírodu a pro ptáky tam moc místa nezbývá. Nemají kde se skrýt, nemají místa, prostě, kde hnízdit, takže je to pro ně bohužel tragédie v poslední době. Když se bavíme o ptácích v zemědělské krajině, tak velmi často je to právě ztráta toho prostředí, ve kterém můžou žít. To znamená, ty druhy jsou vytlačovány z té krajiny. Velmi často je to i v důsledku třeba úbytku hmyzu, potravy, kde vlastně kvůli chemizaci toho hmyzu hodně ubývá, ale ani nemají třeba remísky, které byly, tak se zrušily. Ty lány jsou obrovské, jsou to obrovské plochy, takže z toho důvodu vlastně těch ptáků ubývá, nemají ty podmínky, které prostě potřebují ke svému životu.
Ty stanoviště, ty mokřadní biotopy se obnovily překvapivě rychle. Že to takhle bude fungovat rychle, jsme možná doufali, ale ve skutečnosti nečekali. Další takovým důležitým prvkem druhové pestrosti je světlo. Kde je světlo, nechodí jenom lékař, ale je to vlastně důležitý prvek pro druhovou pestrost. Velmi cenné jsou osvětlené a vlhké části mokřadů. ptáčím parku Kosteliska se snažíme vytvářet domov pro různé druhy ptáků. V mělkých tůních a rozlivech velice rádi toto prostředí vyhledávají různé druhy volávek. Uherský stepní skot je vlastně to klíčové zvíře, které nám pomáhá nebo které vytváří tady to unikátní prostředí. Vlastně my tady neděláme nic nového. To, co my prostě děláme v té krajině, vychází z toho, co tady se dělalo po tisíciletí. A to je prostě údržba extenzivně pomocí zvířat. A to je prostě údržba krajiny, která tady byla všudy přítomná po dlouhé generace.
Tím, že ten skot tady polehává, vyšlapává, tak vytváří další takové mikrolokality se velice sporou vegetací, na které jsou vázány zase určité druhy rostlin a určité druhy hmyzu, které jinak v té volné krajině kolem nemají šanci.
Tady ta niva Kyjovky je hodně zarostlá tady tím nepůvodním zlatobílem a nepůvodním topinamburem, takže ideální cesta mimo třeba traktory a těžkou techniku byla zbavit se těch rostlin pastvou. Proto jsme potom hledali, jaké zvíře by bylo na to ideální, na tu pastvu, a našli jsme tady uherský stepní skot a zjistili jsme, že by to byla nejlepší volba. Je to vlastně původní maďarské plemeno stepního skotu. Je houževnaté, nemusíme dojít, může být celoročně venku a navíc, co je pro nás velká výhoda, takže spásá to, co my přesně potřebujeme. To znamená zlatobíl i ty nepůvodní druhy rostlin, které úplně nechutnají třeba ovcím nebo koňům. A ono dřív, tady byly všude kolem toho Jarohněvického rybníka v té nivě byly dřív políčka, ta krajina byla hodně pestrá a za poslední roky, kdy lidi od toho hospodaření opustili, tak ta krajina zarostla. Jak je to zvíře těžké, tak dělá v zemi i jako rýhy kopytami. To znamená, že to přesně třeba nevyhovuje přímo tomu zlatobílu to narušení, ale vyhovuje to zase druhým rostlinám, které to potřebují, přímo to narušení drnu. A není to jenom o rostlinách, zároveň to vyhovuje třeba i hmyzu. Věřím tomu, že klidně by ještě pár kámošek jako mohli mít k sobě a mohli by tady ještě pokračovat větší stádo, než je aktuálně. A pokud se bude dál ptačímu parku Kosteliska dařit, tak věřím tomu, že ještě těch krav přibyde.
Z norských fondů Kosteliska obnova nivních biotopů se nám podařilo obnovit více jak 9 hektarů nivních biotopů tady v ptačím parku Kosteliska. Pořídili jsme krávy, postavili jsme ohrady, které nám vlastně umožňují trvale udržovat toto prostředí v dobrém stavu. Doufáme, že je to prvních 9 hektarů tímto způsobem udržovaných a že časem se tato iniciativa rozšíří na další části ptačího parku Kosteliska.
Our ponds have undergone tremendous changes over the past 100 years. In our nature, they replaced wetlands and became a place for the life of many species, including water birds. One change in our management led to another, and so there was a gradual decline in natural places for birds to nest. Each species reacts differently to human work and changes in the landscape. Some birds have almost disappeared from our landscape. But people change nature not only in a negative sense.
Populace vodních ptáků za posledních, dejme tomu 100-150 let prodělaly obrovský vývoj. Když se na to podíváme v celoevropského měřítku, řada druhů, které tady dneska vidíme a potkáváme, tak byly po druhé světové válce na okraji vyhubení. To jsou různé rybožravé druhy ptáků, jsou to bíložravé druhy jako husy. Později po druhé světové válce se zintenzivněla mezinárodní ochrana, ať už těch druhů nebo jejich stanovišť, a populace jednotlivých druhů se začaly zachraňovat a jejich početnost se začala zvyšovat. Na našich rybnících ten pozitivní vývoj probíhal někdy od konce 19. století až do 80. let 20. století a souvisel se zvyšováním trofie rybníků, čili s přísunem živin. Nicméně ten přísun živin byl působen člověkem, aktivním hnojením, ať už minerálními hnojivy nebo hnojivím pocházejícími ze zemědělské výroby, a docházelo k němu proto, že jaksi ve snaze docílit vyšší produkce ryb. Dnes jsme v situaci, kdy v rybnících je mnoho živin, není nutné je přidávat. Naopak jsme v situaci, kdy rybníky mohou být centrem pro udržení biodiverzity, přežití určitých organismů, protože prakticky nemáme obdobné přirozené mokřady a musíme přistupovat k tomu, že rybníky mají i jinou funkci než jen produkci ryb. Ptáci jako stejně jiní živočichové jsou závislí na dvou základních zdrojích a jedním z těch zdrojů je místo, kde se rozmnožují, a druhým z nich je, kde získávají potravu. Naše rybníky jsou extrémně úživné, je tam dostatek živin, ale to neznamená, že ty živiny jsou dostupné pro všechny druhy. Rybníky byly vytvořeny člověkem především pro chov ryb a chov ryb probíhá v současné době poměrně intenzivně. Rybí obsádky jsou poměrně početné, husté a konzumují potravu, která pak těm ptákům chybí. Druhý dopad hospodaření na rybnících je, a hospodaření v krajině, je, že dochází k nevratným změnám nejen v okolí, ale i přímo na těch rybnících a ubývá i hnízdních možností. Takže ty ptáci nemají přirozené porosty, které by byly pravidelně zaplavovány, a to zaplavování vlastně má svůj význam v tom, že jednak se k tomu mohou dobře dostat ptáci, kteří plavou, a jednak se obtížně k tomu mohou dostávat jejich přirození nebo nově se vyskytující predátoři.
My jsme vymysleli pro Lipenskou nádrž projekt na konstrukci ostrovů pro růst mokřadních a vodních rostlin. To byl první takový nápad vlastně vyzkoušet konstrukci, která by umožnila růst litorálních rostlin, aby jsme zlepšili ekologické podmínky ve vodních nádržích. Hlavní cíl byla ty mokřadní rostliny a vodní rostliny a vedlejší cíl jako ichtyologicky, to znamená co ryby, jestli se na tom vytřou, jestli tam budou hledat úkryt, jestli tam budou hledat potravu, to se opravdu ukázalo, že funguje. Pod každým velkým ostrovem byla štika, byl tam průdek ryb, nalezli jsme tam jikry, jako i ryb, které se na to vytírali. Spoustu vodních organismů žilo v těch kořenech. A vlastně se ukázalo, že tam prostě zakořenilo 70 druhů rostlin během 3 let. My jsme nasázeli 15 druhů, ale oni se tam dostali sami. Petr Musil mě oslovil a dostali jsme vlastně nápad, že bychom mohli napsat speciální projekt na to, že by se ta konstrukce mohla upravit, aby tam vlastně mohli hnízdit ptáci různých druhů, a aby se to mohlo využít nejen na jednom typu nádrže, ale i na dalších různých typech nádrží, na podporu hnízdění vlastně jak v rybničních soustavách nebo třeba na zatopených lomech a podobně. Ale dávali jsme to i na rybníky, kde doteďka žádní ptáci nehnízdili a oni si to hned našli během 1 roku a zahnízdili tam. Nebylo jich tolik, samozřejmě bylo jich míň, ale ukázalo se, že to funguje. Jo, takže myslím si, že na každou vodní nádrž, když se nějaký ostrůvek dá, tak může plnit svoji funkci.
Při jednání o možnostech instalace umělých plovoucích ostrůvků jsme se setkali i s názorem, že jedná se o umělé inženýrské řešení, které není přírodě blízké. Na druhou stranu my si musíme uvědomit, že rybníky, jejich hráze, výška vodní hladiny a podobně jsou také dílem člověka, jsou to také umělé výtvory. A navíc jsme v situaci, kdy naše příroda je vystavená novým hrozbám a těmi novými hrozbami je třeba šíření nepůvodních predátorů, na které naše druhy nejsou adaptovány. Konkrétně jedná se třeba o americké druhy, které tady byly unikly do evropské přírody z kožešinových farem, jako je norek americký, mýval severní. Tyto druhy jsou častými predátory ptačích hnízd a evropské druhy vodních ptáků neumí stavět hnízda tak, aby byla bezpečná před těmito predátory. My jsme však zjistili, že na ostrovech, které instalujeme, se tyto druhy nedokáží dostat a nepredují tam hnízda.
Základním konstrukčním prvkem plovoucích ostrovů je gabionová síť, protože je pevná, pružná a odolná. Ve výsledku pro plovoucí ostrov potřebujeme 2 tyto sítě, protože mezi ně vložíme kokosovou rohož. Je to biologický materiál, který nejprve umožní růst kořenům a potom se biologicky rozloží. Kokosovou rohož vložíme mezi 2 gabionové sítě a pevně je spojíme dohromady. A nakonec pod celý ostrov připevníme plastové plováky. Do kokosové rohože nasázíme mokřadní rostliny, aby mokřadní rostliny dobře zakořenily.
Při výběru lokalit vycházíme z našich předchozích výzkumů, kde hodnotíme početnost a výskyt vodních ptáků v hnízdní době, kdy se snažíme vyhledávat a hodnotit úspěšnost hnízdění především kachen a naší hlavní sledovanou oblastí je HKO Třeboňsko a některé přidružené oblasti. Do těchto oblastí jsme se snažili naše plovoucí ostrovy umístit, ať už se jedná o rybník Vlkovský nebo Schwarzenberg, kde jsme se domluvili s agentou ochrany přírody a krajiny a rybářstvím Třeboň na výběru lokalit. Došlo k jakémusi kompromisu. Dále jsme se domluvili s agenturou ochrany a přírody na výběru dalších lokalit. Vždy se vychází z jednání s vlastníky jednotlivých lokalit. My máme nějaké požadavky, musíme dojít k nějakému kompromisu a vybrat vlastně vhodné lokality.
Na umělých ostrovech, které v rámci tohoto projektu instalujeme, se snažíme o společné hnízdění různých druhů ptáků. Není to jen ten důvod, že bychom tam chtěli, aby nám tam hnízdilo víc druhů, ale z toho důvodu, že ty druhy se navzájem podporují. Pokud hnízdí na ostrovku radce chechtavý nebo rybák obecný, tak to jsou druhy, které
máme pro vás drobnou úpravu programu, protože jste rychlí jedlíci, tak
to znamená, že
začneme o půl hodiny dříve a o to dříve budeme moci se potom věnovat pro více Prahy nebo zájemným kontaktům. Takže začátek nový bude ve 14:30, ještě máte čtvrt hodinky a ve 14:30 se tady sejdeme.
Některé druhy potápek, kteří hnízdí v jejich blízkosti. A tím, že ty radci a rybáci odhánějí ty predátory, tak vlastně odhánějí predátory i od kachních hnízd. Proto jedním z našich nápadů bylo instalovat umělé ostrovy na nadějské rybniční soustavě, kde hnízdí radci a pospolu s nimi vlastně 5 druhů kachen. Plovoucí ostrovy vracejí nebo vytvářejí alternativu ke stávajícím hnízdním prostředím a ty radci je, jak jsme v letošním roce zjistili, poměrně ochotně obsazují. A tím pádem vlastně můžeme těm radskům umožnit bezpečné vyhnízdění a snažit se nějakým způsobem zvrátit ten negativní populační vývoj.
Na základě našeho užitného vzoru si myslím, že do budoucna bychom mohli zlepšit podmínky pro vodní ptáky na desítkách, možná stovkách nádrží v celé Evropě.
Ideální budoucnost tohoto projektu je jeho pokračování, rozšiřování výroby ostrůvků a jejich instalace i na další lokality, a to především tam, kde chceme obnovit ohrožená zanikající hnízdiště, chceme posílit třeba hnízdiště radsků nebo rybáků a umožnit ostatním druhům, aby hnízdili spolu s nimi, nikoliv odděleně od nich.
Na té podpoře je vlastně důležité to, že umožňuje to dlouhodobé testování v terénu. Tu konstrukci třeba vymyslíme zakrátko, chvilku si s tím hrajeme, pak to smontujeme, zdá se nám to dobrý, ale všechno v přírodě vlastně podléhá nějakým ročním cyklům. A když se testují nějaké věci v laboratoři, tak se to dá testovat rychle. Ale ta příroda opravdu má ty roční cykly a my musíme vědět, co tomu řeknou ptáci na jaře, co tomu řeknou ptáci na podzim a co to vydrží při letních vykřicích a při zimních mrazech. To počasí se mění, vyvíjí se ty organismy a proto se to musí testovat několik let. A to vlastně bez té podpory nějakého grantového projektu nebo konkrétně těch norských fondů vlastně by nešlo.
The landscape should be a space in which natural, cultural, historical, and economic elements are represented in a balanced way. We change it and put pressure on it to meet all our expectations. When viewed from above, we see that it is interwoven with a whole network of ponds, pond systems, and drains that feed them. Water is the source of life in nature. And the pond is naturally its center. It is literally a mirror that shows everything that is near it. Ponds have an absolutely essential function in our landscape. Ponds' cascades are often able to retain more water in the landscape than dams. They naturally attract life. Ponds do not have such a balanced ecosystem as natural bodies of water. Their life goes through changes that are affected by its creator and owner, man. Every pond as a natural biotope needs a balance. And for us, this is a very complex topic with a lot of questions that are not easy to find answers to.
Spíš než v 50. letech se združstevněním přišel zlom v 70. letech 20. století, kdy přišla ta druhá vlna meliorací, odvodňování a zakládání těch velkých polí, kde některý měli 50-100 hektarů. A zvýšil se tok živin v krajině obecně. Jednak tím, že se odvodnila půda, a odvodněná půda se rozkládá a vytejkají živiny, a nejenom fosfor, dusík, ale vápník, hořčík, draslík. No a potom na vsích, kde byly suché záchody, hnojiště nebo se vyvážela žumpa, vznikaly postupně kanalizace. Jedno jsou odkanalizované vesnice a druhý, trvalý, je zdroj živin z odvodněných polí. Kdy jsme se dostali do opačné situace, že je nadbytek živin a lidi starí jako já pamatujou ten zlom v těch 70. letech. Během 10-15 let stoupla přirozená produkce ryb z nějakých 100 kg mnohokrát.
Testujeme alternativní způsoby rybářského hospodaření a hledáme způsoby, jak naplnit požadavky orgánů ochrany přírody a skloubit je s rybářským hospodařením.
Může být rybářské hospodaření smysluplné, ekonomicky smysluplné, výdělečné v podmínkách současného úhlu pohledu ochrany přírody a zvyšujících se nároků veřejnosti?
Naší laboratoří je tady to Třeboňsko okolo, kdy my sledujeme desítky rybníků a spolupracujeme úzce s rybářima nebo i s jinými majiteli, velice často s městy a drobnými majiteli. Takže je to ta snaha poznat ty věci v terénu a podle zásahů ukazovat, že to jde.
V mnoha případech se ukazuje, že dochází pouze k nedorozumění mezi těmi dvěmi subjekty. Jsou tady regule, každý si je vysvětluje nějak, jedou všichni v zásadě v dobré víře, že regule naplňují, ale výsledek, ta příroda nám ukáže, že prostě je mocná čarodějka a nedá nám ten prostor pro to se znova pobavit a říct, no tak mohla třeba za to jenom příroda, nebo mohl za to někdo jiný.
Ten stav často není způsoben samotným tím rybářským hospodařením, ale například ty rybníky se vypořádávají právě díky těm mechanismům, které jsou v rybníce nastaveny, tomu vnějšímu znečištění, vnější zátěži a do značné míry i ten rybářský hospodář, to rybářské hospodaření pomáhá regulovat, pomáhá tlumit v krajině nevyhovující stav.
My jsme advokáti rybničního hospodářství, přijdou lidi z agentury ochrany přírody a krajiny a přitom přijdou i rybáři. Čili ten začátek je pojďte na břeh rybníka a pojďte tam několikrát a pojďte si o tom povídat a během té sezony si uvědomíme, že, co se děje a co jsme udělali dobře a co jsme udělali špatně. Takže mít ukázkový hospodaření, to nemá cenu si o tom psát, to nemá cenu o tom se moc hádat, ale pojďte to dělat. A třeba to není kompromis, já bych řekl, že to je řešení. Kompromis je vzájemný ústupek, je lepší najít řešení a já jsem přesvědčený, že to řešení je. Je v tom určitým případě zvolit tu správnou obsádku.
Přirozeně se tak dostáváme k tématu kapr. To je ryba, která v současné době asi nejvíce rozevírá ty pomyslné nůžky mezi ochranou přírody a rybníkáři.
Já si myslím, že otázka, zda kapr patří do rybníka nebo nikoli, je zbytečná, protože kapr je zde chován již od středověku a své místo v naší přírodě si již zasloužil. A naopak musíme využít tu výhodu, že je to ryba, o které máme nejvíce znalostí a je potřeba tyto znalosti využít k tomu, aby jsme optimalizovali její chov, kdy vlastně často zbytečným krmením a překrmováním si rybáři kazí kvalitu té ryby. A naopak tím, kdyby šli spíš do toho extenzivnějšího způsobu chovu, mohou získat daleko kvalitnější a cennější rybu, kterou potom mohou i lépe zhodnotit na trhu.
Zároveň to může být prospěšný pro ten rybniční ekosystém.
Norské fondy jsou další etapou. té soustavné činnosti kolem rybníků, kterou jsme začali v Enky před 25 lety, ale vlastně je to pokračování toho, co se dělo předtím. A norský fondy je významný krok proto, že podporují tu aplikaci na menších rybnících pro biodiverzitu ryb i teda biodiverzitu těch dalších organismů, jak jsme to zjistili. Čili jde o to, že je to ukázkové hospodaření, které by se mělo aplikovat i dál.
Action brings a reaction. They say that land is our greatest asset. For most people, farmland is the area that surrounds houses, villages, and towns, much like the sea surrounds the islands.
Dámy a pánové, chtěl bych vás požádat, pohodlně se usaďte, za malou chvíli budeme pokračovat v konferenci Inovace v ochraně životního prostředí. Děkujeme.
Sově pálené se věnují zhruba od roku 1984-85. To byly takové ty počátky, kdy jsem nejdříve na kole projel celý okres Olomouc a kontroloval jsem vlastně všechny sakrální objekty. Bylo zřejmé během našeho monitoringu těch sakrálních objektů, že sovy pálené z nich postupně mizí a měli jsme k dispozici historická data, měli jsme k dispozici údaje o početnosti sovy pálené v těch jednotlivých regionech a na těch jednotlivých objektech. No a protože ten stav byl neutěšený, tak logickým vyústěním byla realizace těch záchranných opatření. Jelikož jsme k sově pálené měli poměrně velký vztah, tak jsme si řekli, že musíme pro ní něco udělat. První budky jsme instalovali z vlastních zdrojů a z vlastních prostředků. No a posléze jsme začali realizovat jednotlivé projekty v jednotlivých regionech. Nacházíme se na Znojemsku u hnízdní budky pro sovu pálenou, která je v současnosti obsazená, a v budce se nachází 5 mláďat sovy pálené z druhého hnízdění. No a vlastně smyslem a cílem té naší návštěvy je zkontrolovat, jak hnízdění probíhá, to znamená podívat se, jestli tam jsou staří ptáci, podívat se na mláďata, v jaké jsou kondici. Řekněme nějakých 30 let zpět tam došlo ke změně hnízdního biotopu, to znamená i z důvodu zavírání kostelních věží sovy se přesunuly na zemědělské farmy, kde teda jim nabízíme tahleta umělá hnízda. Sovy je jako přijali. No a v těch nejlepších letech, což byl například rok 2001, tak v České republice hnízdilo nějakých 420-430 párů a jedna z nejpočetnějších populací byla právě tady na Znojemsku. Směříme délku křídla. Tady je 105 mm, to znamená, tohleto mládě je zhruba o 2 dny starší než to předchozí mládě. Do databáze u každého mláděte zapisujeme i délku toho křídla a zpětně v případě potřeby jsme schopni zjistit stáří u těch mláďat. A samozřejmě jsme později schopni zjistit i počátek hnízdění na základě data lihnutí prvního mláděte a z toho můžeme odvodit datum snesení prvního vejce. V podstatě skoro všechny páry, které letos hnízdí, tak mají druhá hnízda a ta hnízda jsou velmi početná.
to je v podstatě optimální situace, kdy sovy vyvedou mláďata z prvního hnízdění a protože ta sova, dá se říct, že má nejvyšší reprodukci snad ze všech sov na světě, tak je schopná hnízdit 2x nebo i 3x v roce, ale to už jsou opravdu výjimečné případy, ty třetí
Dámy a
hnízdění,
pánové,
ale
máme před
stávají
sebou
se.
třetí závěrečný blok konference Inovace v ochraně životního prostředí.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third part of the conference is starting now. The following session will deal with landscape and landscape management. The next guest is coming. It's Jana Totova from Green Foundation, and she will be talking about the restoring of the remnants site in the alluvium of the Morava River. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I am very glad I can be here with you today.
Speak Slovak, so everyone who understands Czech shall understand Slovak, and the rest have it in English. Thank you very much.
My name is Jana Totova. I'm from Green Foundation. And thanks to the Norway Grants, we were able to implement the project in the alluvium of Moravia River, restoring Ramsar location. Let's start with some facts, and then we will talk about the story connected with this project. The project expenses are a bit under 700,000 euro. Project grant 625,000 euro, and it was co-funded. At the beginning, I want to say I'm not an environmentalist, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a botanist, I'm a project manager. So for all of us who are not from a field like this, we should say what wetlands are good for, why to restore them. Wetlands are complex ecosystems that provide home for more than 1/3 of endangered species of animals and plants around the world. They retain water in a landscape, and they also retain and store carbon, check erosion levels, and they improve our health. Because if we spend our time in the nature around in this area, they have very synergic effect. They can be used in sustainable agriculture and tourism. So let's talk about what led us to think about restoring the wetlands in the alluvium of Morava River. About 60 to 90% of ecosystems have been degraded in the past century in the alluvium of Morava River. It was caused by the agriculture, also draining of big areas, and Morava River's flow was regulated, and dams were built on it. That, on one hand, to protect the lives of people, our health and property. On the other hand, though, many meanders disappeared, and also the alluvia that provided the space for biodiversity, as well as various ecosystems, and a lot of wetlands have been dried out. Why did we do it? The main reason was intensive agricultural activity in the 50s, 60s, and 70s last century. And And besides the fact that we dried it out artificially, we started using pesticides and herbicides, very strong chemistry, and they got into the underground water and polluted it. And also at times of floods or strong, intense rain, they got into water streams and still are getting into water streams where they support the neutrophile organisms. And also there has been an increase of invasive species as a result. We talk to the owners of the land, with those who manage the land. And in our foundation, there is also a scientist from the Botanic Institute from the Slovak Academy of Science. We also consulted with other people from the state sector, from various organizations. We know that this problem was there, and that was the breaking point and why we started working on this project. The farmers also gave us their land for use for our project, and because the soil was soaked significantly, the meadows were soaking in water, so they had no use from them anyway. And with another organization, we decided when the right call comes, we will respond to it. And such a call came in the form of the Norway Grants. And then one nice thing happened, a so-called matchmaking event, where we met our colleagues who also gave soul to the project, and besides the knowledge and know-how we shared, we have built strong friendships, and so it's not only about work. We have planned also further projects, also with Erasmus Horizont, but it's also about the human side. So the chocolate now comes from Norway to Slovakia and back. Our vision of a project team, Nina and Bros, besides the fact that we will help the nature and we will create a place suitable for relaxation, for education in the local wetlands, a place rich in biodiversity, and will be in synergy with other projects like sustainable tourism or agriculture. And also in the educational part, because our foundation focuses on the main pillar, which is children's and youth education. And we know in Slovakia there are also many children who have all kinds of physical or mental disabilities. So we focused in this case on children with autism spectrum. We focused on the Ramsar area, Malé Ovare municipality. How did we do this? Our colleagues were Majka Šebíková, Denisa Slabíková, botanists together with botanists from Norwegian Nina, chose specific biotopes. This will be also available on our website. Another line was focused on migrating birds. Duncan Haley and Dankus played a big role in this from Israel. We will have published the study too, and thanks to their knowledge and support, we were able to start to restore a given location. First, we removed invasive alien species of trees, of the maple trees. Then the whole Norwegian and Slovak team determined which original species should be there. So we made a list of trees, and we in Záhorie we consulted this. Which ones from our list should be used and where they should be used in the given locations. Besides the original species, there was a willow, for example, and many others. Here we see the information boards. You can see that there were 10 tables, 10 boards like this. In terms of the design of these boards, we discussed this with our botanists, and Camilla also worked on this with us. So we made a first design. We addressed the Autistic Center Andreas, and they were so nice to us that they provided us the consultations. So children on the autistic spectrum and young people helped us create a design. The text is in a font that most people with dyslexia should be able to read. For the same money, we made this sidewalk that is at least a bit inclusive. We all had many volunteers who helped us, and this is a part where I really regret that Mr. Duncan Haley is not present here, because he is an incredible personality. He can present very complex scientific things in a very acceptable way to a common person. And Camilla was also on our project. She will present after me. You can see here the restoration of an agricultural field. I think there was wheat sown there. Our goal was first 5 hectares, eventually it was 7 hectares, and we changed it into alluvial meadow. And my colleague had a presentation already in the morning. We thought that we would make a mixture that would be similar to the original alluvial meadows. We had experts there from Brussels, and even though our colleagues were from Botanical Institute, so we decided for an alternative way. When our colleagues, our botanists, identified healthy polygons in the vicinity of this field that we wanted to restore. I think it was in June last year. We cut down these polygons and brought freshly caught plants, a biomass that we spread over the meadow. And in October, there was the grass was already up to our waist. So we have 2 camps of botanists on our project now. Duncan made a beautiful, or came up with a beautiful story that we present as part of our projects. Birds that come from the north migrate through a so-called Carpathian corridor, and they need stations where they can get some rest, have something to eat. Duncan calls them fuel stations. And in this field, we made one fuel station like this. And if he was here, he would show you how the birds migrate further in Europe. And here we have the dilemma that botanists recommend to us to cut down the field on a regular basis. On the other hand, we have the migrating birds. So we still have to make a decision whether we will cut down the grass in the course of the year more intensely, or whether we will just leave it alone. Also, probably the state nature protection will intervene, and we will have to come to some consensus on this. So we are very proud of this because we really succeeded in this. Camilla will tell you more about this. So we were finalists in an international contest on story maps and projects. Another call, or I'm sorry, another challenge was cleaning the dead arm of Morava River from sediments. This dead arm is connected by the superficial water stream with the Morava River, and close by there is Sudavsky stream, another stream or creek that this area has a specific hydrology, and in this case, the hydrogeological conditions were against us because 10 years before that, or 12 years before that, this territory was dry, almost without water, without any wetlands, and the dead arm was literally dried out. And we started to realize the project in February 2022, and in the summer of 2022 and 23, and in the spring, it was flooded by water. Nevertheless, we caught everything. Also, technology was adjusted to that, so we were able to do it. We were supposed to get 10,000 cubic meters. However, we found out that there were more precious biotopes there. So we had to cooperate with various organizations and that originally had not been partners to the project, but we had to cooperate with them, and they had a very human approach, which was nice. So we are thankful to them for this. And we found out that it would be necessary to cover only part of the territory, some from the 10,000 cubic meters. It is 8,900 approximately. We were able to clean this part, and the rest we left alone so that we don't affect the more significant biotopes. So let's continue. We have a short video here at the end, which is in Slovak. However, we will translate it, and it will be available in English too. These biotopes are important part because there's a lot of important species here. They try to mitigate the climate change, but also for economic reasons. Retaining water in landscape is an important aspect, especially at times of drought. They accumulate the water in them. It is also important for animals and plants connected with that. That means the amphibians, birds, fish. So it is important to protect this location. The vision of Green Foundation is that we get in touch with the local municipalities and with the farmers so that together we create conditions suitable for sustainable development of tourism and agriculture. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite my colleague, Kamila, who also was part of the project. Thank you, Jana Totova. It is very nice to see how the river is coming back. Its original shape, meanders, wetlands, everything else. Camilla Ness is coming from the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what you said right now. My name is Camilla Ness. I work as a science communicator in NINA, where I had the pleasure of being involved in a few of the EEA projects that NINA has been involved in, a partner in for the past few years. Among others, I've been working with Jana, this excellent project that you just saw. I will give you just a brief overview of some of the projects NINA have been a partner in for the past few years, and also show you how NINA is as a partner. So I guess I need this one. In short, this is NINA, the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research. We're an independent non-profit organization, and we're also Norway's leading institute for applied ecological research. And we have experts in all fields, from genetics to species, landscape, ecosystem accounting, and even social scientists, and everything in between. So we provide knowledge for use in policy, management, and value creation. And we're recognized nationally and internationally for our research. Our main goal is to contribute to sustainable societal development by providing research-based and current knowledge about biodiversity, climate, and society. And this also makes NINA a relevant partner in projects like this. This is Dagmar Hagen. She is a leading expert on ecological restoration in Norway. And like she says, it's no longer enough to protect nature. We also need to restore what has been degraded. And restoration is important both for achieving climate goals as well as preserving biodiversity. And well into the UN Decade of Restoration, we are now well on our way. And restoration restoration is part of NINA's core competence. And we have had, over the years, run several projects, both big and small, from species restoration, like the Arctic fox breeding program. Right now, they just have puppies, and you can see them live on our website from the dens. And also, we have the reintroduction of sea eagles from Norway to other European countries where they have gone extinct. Also, from the landscape and ecosystem restoration projects up in the left corner, it's from the Svalbard, up in the high Arctic, where this old mining landscape has been restored back to the natural state. At the bottom, you see the road is being removed from Hjerkinn. It used to be a military training area, and now it's been restored from a battlefield to a national park. was a huge project, but also a huge success. Then we have some examples also from urban areas. This is from Trondheim. This old industry area used to be really gray and not used by anyone. And the lake was running in pipes underground. Now it's been opened up. You can find childcare. Families are using the area, and it's something completely different. And these experiences have been very valuable in these projects that Nina have been partnering in. As you can see, we have been several projects, and you have already visited some of them. The crayfish and the warrior project, and also the we'll get back to that. Sorry. But the recurring theme here has been restoring wetlands, for benefit of climate mitigation measures, for biodiversity, for ecosystem services, local communities. There are so many reasons to restore. And if we start in Romania, we had 3 projects going with the NVP project and Petro. Where researchers have been joining forces to restore and re-wet and raising awareness. Because it's basically the same story everywhere, from Romania to Norway and the rest of the world. Peatlands have been regarded as useless wastelands. Just drain them. We don't need them. Let's grow something instead. And that has resulted in 40% of European peatlands have been drained. Now we know better. Peatlands store twice as much carbon as the world's forests, and they're also very important habitats for unique, in some places, endangered species. And also, not forget, they're also these natural water filtration systems. So here, again, many reasons to restore. And still, if you're not convinced, everyone understands the money language. Because as peatlands dry up, they release the carbon that has been stored for centuries or millennia even. But if we take care of them and restore, they will keep forming peat and keep sinking carbon if we let them. And that's basically the cheapest and best option we have. So this is Razvan, the project leader in the peat and repeat project in Romania, and Duncan Halley. Let's join them in a field trip.
We want to have some restoration activities here
in Perfect.
Increasing the water amount.
Very similar to Norway, a lot of the landscape. It was really surprising when I came there to see it. So we visited this area. 20-something peatlands have been restored, blocking these channels, just using simple methods and natural materials. And it's working. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
I'd like to see researchers play.
Yeah. Let's also have fun with it. Okay. This is from another field trip, also in Romania, but different project. Awareness raising is also, like we heard, very important in this project, and educational activities is the important part. Here, there's a local school in Kosna. It's been taken out by the researchers in both the Norwegian and Romanian partners to look at the restoration site outside the school. And it turns out scientists are popular teachers, and learning can actually be a lot of fun. I don't think everyday teachers would get a hug by the end of the day normally. But this is really important. We have to communicate to all groups and to spread the message. But you also find peatlands in Slovakia. Not a lot, because they've been drained also there. So the remaining ones are really important to the species that depend on these habitats. Here is Sarah using eDNA to monitor species and to provide a baseline for what is here in the peatlands. So in about 10 years or so, the researchers can come back and see if the biodiversity has changed to the more pristine peatlands as would be expected after restoration. Also in this project, been calculating carbon stocks using this carbon calculator that has been developed by some of the researchers to calculate peatland volume and carbon stock to support area planners and decision makers. You simply collect data on the area and the depth of the peatland, and the carbon calculator reveals the numbers. And the amount of carbon stored at the project sites is equivalent to the annual emissions of 43,000 Slovaks. That was for this project. And Magni here is not only a highly skilled peat moss expert, she's also very good at communicating, and she's on a mission to make peat mosses hot. And I think she can actually succeed. With another researcher colleague, Fia, they have made this story about peatlands and peat mosses, a music video, and even an exhibition that is now traveling Norway, and also other countries. I think at least it's in Romania, and we sent it to Slovenia, I think, so far. And it's made available for anyone interested. And we've already been here, but we can have another look. We're back in Morava, where Duncan and Jana standing by the posters we see here. And it's like Duncan says, the restoring sites like this can be really valuable just for the site itself, but in the bigger picture, when you restore many sites and you reconnect the nature that has been disconnected, and you also get global ripple effects. Think of the migrating birds that stop here to feed and then move on. So this is from April this year, at the end of the project, when Duncan came to look at the final results. So let's see what he found.
Here we are at the restoration site. The restoration has recently been done, and already it's wetter than it was before. And today there are a lot of migrant birds. These are swallows and house martins. They're on their way north, but today's a cold day with northern winds. And this is a place that they can feed under those conditions. Almost nowhere else is like that. So the restoration already has improved this place from a migration point of view.
Okay, we're moving fast. Now we're off to Slovenia. The Renature project have been restoring ponds and grassland ecosystems. Because here in Slovenia, in this karst landscape, the water drains really fast through the ground and stays underground in the rivers and lakes, caves underground, and out of reach, so water is precious. Traditionally, farmers have been collecting rainwater and storing it in these traditional farm ponds they would use for irrigation and for the animals over the season when the drought periods would come. But like everywhere else, the farmers are getting fewer and the ponds are drying up. And these ponds are also vital for wildlife. So the project has restored in total 8 ponds and 45 hectares of grasslands. It's really important for reconnecting, like we mentioned, the network of water bodies, and also in case of wildfires, the cutting down the trees and reducing into grasslands is really helpful because you will have more of these events. Also in this project, calculating ecosystem services was a part of it, because the value of nature is often something we take for granted. So quantifying and highlighting ecosystem services help to inform better decision making. Here they estimated the annual value of water usage in 4 villages in Slovenia. And even with conservative figures, the value of water exceeds 3.5 million euros. Something we rarely think about. It's usually just there. We also had some return visits to look at restoration sites and peatlands, because this is all about exchanging knowledge, going both ways. And sometimes you learn things you don't really expect to, but it's also having fun with it. Like here, how to cross a peatland without getting wet on your feet. And if you've never done it before, it's really hard. Dagmar here demonstrates how to do it. Jump around! It's not so easy if you try.
Jump around! Jump up and get down! Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump,
yeah, it's challenging. Yeah, it's not easy, but we had so much fun with it, and I would recommend this as a team-building activity. It's really great, yeah. And then we've been here also at the floating artificial islands. Diego just wanted me to say hello, and this has been an excellent collaboration. He was super happy about this project. Not only were the artificial islands used by all target species and also other species both nested and rested there, and also the project has led to other research collaborations with the Czech and the Norwegian partners. So very well done. We should also make a stop in Poland, where we did some improving monitoring techniques for freshwater biodiversity, sampling environmental DNA and RNA from more than 50 ponds, both in Norway and Poland, comparing and showing a lot of consistency between sites and also some surprising results. Like Annette here says, our results indicate the smooth newts and common toads population in Oslo are more isolated than similarly distributed populations of the two species in Poland. So hopefully that will be the next project to figure out why. So back to Dagmar and restoration. The biodiversity crisis is a global issue, but as we have seen many examples of today, the challenges and solutions are found locally. And developing tools and sharing knowledge is really important in that respect. One last concept that I would share with you from Nina today is the green training concept, where the concept is about bridging the gap between scientific and practical knowledge in construction and restoration projects. You can find a full video on our website. It was too long to show you today, but I would highly recommend it. Because in these construction projects, ecologists have been missing, just building and not thinking really about the consequences. With the green training, ecological considerations are integrated in such construction projects, and you get to reduce the environmental impacts. So this has become a very popular way of working with both construction and restoration. So, all in all, it's been many projects, but working together in this way, across disciplines and across borders, it's really valuable on many levels. You can get quality research, developing new methods, you can have many square meters restored, you can have so many scientific papers, PhDs, all these excellent things coming out of it. But what's also very important that you cannot really measure, it's the people encounters where minds meet and the friendships and exchanging ideas and knowledge and developing new ideas and learning from each other. I think when I've been discussing with my colleagues, what's the most important, what's in this for you? And it's the personal aspect that many really refer to as really valuable. So I hope we can continue to do this. And Yakuye, yeah? And if you want to know more, just email me. Thank you.
Kamila Nice, thank you very much. A pár slov nyní ještě pronese.
A few words will be expressed by Marianne Giev, who has been involved in the program exceptional, but she also would like to address you. Please give it up for her.
Dobrý den, jmenuji se Marie Novel, pracuji tady také v norské environmentální agentuře spolu se Svenem a mám tady další 3 kolegy. Pracuji s EEA, norskými fondy v České a Slovenské republice a nyní vlastně komunikujeme v rámci získávání fondů EEA. Už jsme mluvili o tom i s Janou Kamilou, které mluvili o těch úžasných projektech, které jsou spojené s mokřady. Začneme krásným videem. To je ten projekt na Moravě. Jana ze Slovenska právě o tom mluvila. Museli jsme najít nějaký projekt, který by ukázal lidem v Norsku, jaké spojení vlastně vidíte ve vašem každodenním životě v Norsku a v Česku nebo na Slovensku. Takže týkalo se to vlastně okolí jejich bydliště, kam chodí na procházky, vlastně nějaké místo, s kterým se identifikují. A Nina, tedy, kde pracuje Nina, tady pracuje Kamila Duncan-Helmy a Jana Tuptová s námi také spolupracuje a společně vlastně jsme shromáždili informace a vytvořili jsme videoklip. Zatím to ještě není hotové, takže vám to nemůžeme ukázat, ale chtěla bych vám říci alespoň částečně o čem to je a jak my jako programoví partneři můžeme vám pomoci ve vašich zemích na různých úrovních tohoto procesu. Už děkujeme za ta videa a ty fotografie, co jsme viděli, takže zatím vlastně je to ještě nedokončené, to naše video. Takže video se bude týkat konkrétního ptáka stěhovavého, který vlastně také potom se usazuje v mokřadech řeky Moravy. V Norsku je podzim, začíná se ochlazovat a tento pták vlastně hledá potravu, ale nemůže nic najít. Takže vlastně ta jeho cesta je přes několik částí Švédska, Dánska, potom skrz Karpatské hory, skrz Karpaty, skrz Alpy. Potom se udělá velkou přestávku u řeky Moravy na Slovensku. Je to pro něj vhodné místo na odpočinek a může tam chytat žáby a několik norských stěhovavých ptáků, jako jsou slavíci například a další, tady se zastavují.
In the quiet parts of the river, and other birds eat insects and seeds on the grassy area nearby. A few years ago, there was farming along this part of the Morava River. Rivers and streams were straightened out and wetland drained and plowed to provide more agricultural land. The intensive farming led to erosion, eutrophication, and reduced species diversity. At the same time, more frequent flooding created problems for the cities and towns along the river. Today, we know that such wetlands are important for both climate and nature. When it rains heavily, rivers with the bends and the wetlands delay the speed of water, reducing the risk of flooding and erosion. Wetlands also bind the greenhouse gases and are habitats for a great diversity of animals and plants. As part of the project, low-quality farmlands was plowed, and seeds were sown from a nearby meadow. And many species live in this meadow, where they can get shelter and food. For instance, butterflies and other pollinating insects. These are important both for the birds and for agriculture. Bird watchers from different parts of the world and countries come here to see the migrating birds. This area is often used for outdoor recreation, nature-based tourism, and environmental education. School students can walk along a beaver path where they can see the beaver if they are lucky, and read about the beavers and other species in the wetland area. And the Morava River contributes to strengthening the work on nature, climate, and the environment, both in Slovakia and in the EU and internationally. Just as many migrating birds are flying together from Norway to Slovakia, researchers, governments, and organizations collaborate across national borders to achieve common environmental goals in the Morava project. Thank you, Děkuji.
Marianne Grojov, thank you very much.
Velice děkuji. Thank you very much. It's really nice. When I saw the brown field, how it changed into the green field, it was beautiful to see such a gray place that turns into a beautiful stream with meanders. I think in the Czech Republic we can expect similar challenges. We have Bílina River here, for example, which is a river that was admired by Beethoven, Goethe, Wagner. And in the course of the 20th century, it was among mines, and now it is in a pipe. The section of 20 kilometers is in a pipe. And hopefully we will be able to do something similar with Bílina River, as we saw in this case in Brownfield in Trondheim, I believe. It was beautiful. Thank you very much. For me, the challenges are the wetlands. In my show on TV, Miracles of Nature, they let me dive and how many people will I need to pull me out. Invasion of mosquito is another thing. If you expose your body to thousands of mosquitoes and to see what you can handle, I wouldn't like that to happen to me. And in order to explain how wetlands is important to broad public, it is necessary to talk about the following subject. It is the prediction and management of mosquito calamities for biodiversity conservation in floodplain forests. Jan Brus from the Palacké University in Olomouc is going to present, and he will tell us about the mosquito invasion in our conditions so that we don't disturb the biodiversity here, because a mosquito and its larva, that's something. And if we so we have to do something about this. Let's welcome Jan Brus from Palacké University in Olomouc.
Good afternoon. I had a speech on mosquitoes, but with regard to this subject, I think that each Meyer has its mosquitoes. They belong to the countryside. I speak on behalf of us from consortium. I come from Morava. just very close to the town of Olomouc. We have a landscape protection area, Morava River Basin, and you can see meandering Morava River, making such a beautiful delta shape, beautiful places, many beautiful species of fish, forests, and also a lot of mosquitoes. If you look at this map closer, you will see that not only mosquitoes and many animals, but also humans live there, and even close to the forest. At the time, there's changing climate. It's very difficult to predict rainfall. And if you look at the rainfall, it's a beautiful example of how it works. Nobody knows whether there will be a drought or floods, and if there is floods, inundations, the mosquitoes really wait for that. It takes them just 5 to 6 days to launch a calamity, and so hundreds of thousands of pieces of them. So you can't endure in that place. But it's also about mammals, animals also who suffer from mosquito calamities. So, as mentioned before, the mosquitoes, of course, belong to the ecosystem. You can't do without them. But adult species and the larvae. So from the river of actually the Arcalcitrian pinks, etc., other animals, and actually all those animals all feed on these, which you can see on the images, feed on the mosquitoes. But our food chain is not strictly bound by that. So if there are more mosquitoes every spring, it only increases the reproduction capacity of those species. The main motto is you can't do without mosquitoes, and the second motto is to find some equilibrium, a consensus, when we can make it possible for people to live there and the landscape to develop as well as possible. I have a few images so that you can imagine how it what it is. These are spring time pictures when there was a thaw period. Actually, the snow melts down, and you can see much of the territories, forest territory has a lot of water. You can see that on the images. I'm not going to repeat that. And these are very much like roosting places for mosquitoes. They wait there, there are eggs, and once there is a flood, of course, the mosquitoes come to life. Of course, there are categories like spring species, summer species. The spring times, incubation time longer, up to 10 weeks, and the summer times it's up to 6 weeks. And so the calamities also cause very big problems for us. So now this is a slide demotivating. For us, it's motivating. This is how it looked 10 years ago when mosquitoes actually were killed by insecticides which were sprayed around the village. And of course, it influence the honeybees in addition to the mosquito. This is what we do not want to do anymore. And this is why the motivation for this project. The project basically is a comprehensive one, and dealing with that we wanted to do some management measures in order to be able to cooperate or co-act with the mosquitoes so that we have adequate number of mosquitoes and have under control the calamities that create the problems and do not need to go to the precious ecosystems in the landscape, etc. So this is what was actually of our interest. There is the parts of the village or suburbs or the margins of the village. And so we had several partners in the project. I'm not going to name all of them. The Norwegian one was the Norwegian University in Trondheim, and we cooperated on the development of that model. A few words about the project as such. It was divided into 6 working packs or packages. We mainly tried to obtain data about the territory. We had a working pack focused on drones, mapping, disk model and some other application. Then we tried also to build a network of sensors, which was of key importance and there will be still talk about that. And so without us knowing what is happening in the country, so we can't do any predictions, we can't respond in any way. So the continuity of data is very important for understanding of the whole cycle of mosquito development. So we had several sensors in the key areas, and our effort was that these sensors could last there as long as possible, so that can be maintenance free. One more thing very essential, monitoring of mosquitoes. We went to the field finding out how many mosquitoes there. We tried to identify species. It's not easy because you can identify from the fourth generation, but you don't know the first three stages what it is. You know that's mosquito, but you don't know what kind of mosquito. Then we also larvicide impacts. So also we explored those substances that are added to the ecosystem. They are selected, liquidating on the larvae. It's the rating is 1 to 4, and so 3 was mostly used for us. And proper timing is very important. When I told you the summer calamities take about 5 to 6 years, you have 3 days time to do something when there is rain, so that the mosquitoes can't get out. So this is the main thing: how to capture or cover the area, people management, etc. Also, we wanted to know how the larvicides function, because we had information on the instructions for use from the manufacturer, but not everything can be read. Effectivity time, etc. We are somewhere in the field, other conditions, other shadowing, other quality of water. We made attempts in aquarium, and with biochemists we tried to find out about the efficiency, calculated the latency and effects on the mosquitoes. What's also very important was actual dealing with the public, because when you ask the people in Moravian region where the mosquitoes are really, they say they are everywhere. So, but we wanted to find out where the hotspots are, so that we could concentrate on the key areas for the project and for the management, because you can't resolve just everything. So you must see, first of all. Second thing is you really have to actually cover the places where the problem is most serious, where there are inhabitants, etc. So we did actually emotional maps, and so the people could use the respective application to mark down possible problems. So at the end of the process, there's some kind of methodologies so that you can master all those things or control these things. Just for an idea about the heterogeneity of the territory, it's about 20,000 people living there, plus minus. Looking at the cadastral area, we have about 235 hectares that we have mapped up. The territory is not that big, but if you look at it, we have monitored about 1,000 pools. There are many more of them, but these are those that we are able to manage, and we have an application for them. We do the monitoring for them. If I go now pack by pack or package by package, just very quickly, so that you have an idea how it worked. Of course, we needed to understand the territory to find out how it looked from the view, from the digital model, whether the land depressions were not. So we did several scannings. We used drones, we used aircraft, and of course part of that was to find out when and where it was good to do just laser scanning, and so you want to have periods where there is no fog, there is no snow, when there is actually nice weather, and so there are maybe some 3 days only in a year in which you can do that. So then you, of course, then you must make some compromises. But if you do the laser scanning, actually it should be the appropriate conditions. So we actually did the sensing. We created images, and we then put things together. So now, for you to have an idea about the territory, this is aerial view. We did several campaigns, spring 2023 and now spring. Now autumn and early spring 2024. This is aerial view, the flow of the Morava River. You can see the meanders here, and all the places where there can be mosquitoes. And of course, there are many more pools, many more pools, but some of them are not visible. So this is why we use this spectra within the remote sensors, so we can differentiate places with and without water. And we used laser scan. Also, as I say, I don't know. Go into details. That is about the height of the individual part, and on that basis you can calculate land depressions and do a very precise model where there could be water, like for example under the bridge, where the water would spill, where it will then retreat and not, etc. So we could get a good idea about the pools. You can see it nicely. This is the meandering river of Morava. Normally it's not seen because it's under the vegetation cover. And you can map the information like this. This is the village, how it looks when it is scanned. And we used also small drones in order to be able to get closer to the vegetation and have more precise data. And now, if you look at this, this is a scanned meander, river meander. We're talking about hundreds, thousands of points per square meter data, very exact. Really, you can even see fallen trees, tree trunks, etc., like on the image at the bottom. So what we also tried, drones as a key element of the whole system for the monitoring of that territory, and also for being able to apply the larvicides to in areas where we did not have direct access. That's mostly meadows and these spillover areas, because you can't go to the forest with that because you spray it, and if this is sprayed on the tree leaves, it can't get under them. And then you have to actually use really the drones, and people can't get there because there's 1 meter water or your belt level of water, etc. So you must have drones as a key element, and we want to use them even more than today. As I've mentioned, we have built a sensor network, which is of key importance. We have about 15 sensors. We will have some 20 of them because we want to expand. The sensors, what they measure is the level of water, plus temperatures in several profiles. So we are able to see the water temperature in a particular pool, and then we are able to calculate where the actual mosquitoes will hatch. And so we can we have a model for that, some predictions plus minus okay, and how the summer species, it's as I said, 5 to 6 days when they hatch actually, and so you must be in a hurry. So it's mainly about the spring elements. So now humidity, the temperature of the air are measured, and the sensors are installed that they don't need any solar connection. They can be in the forest, and they are battery fed driven, and so it can last there for 5 years. So it's not necessary to take any care of them. We were afraid in the beginning that it could be stolen, for example, but none of the sensors got lost thanks to our education, etc. So it's good. And as far as some other things are concerned, you can see that from time to time it was not easy to install a sensor because the water temperature was about 5 degrees Celsius. You have to drill down there. There are some safety screws or ball screws, and so then everything is done in a wireless way, of course. But you can install the sensor only if there is no water, of course. So we bought a boat. We wanted to use that to go to that place, but finally we didn't do it. We have the sensors, spring, summer, and we had also mainly at the time of a flood, which was last autumn. This is classical data. You can go back in time. You can see the various profiles, temperature profiles, the heights. It correlates the pools and the river, etc. Then you can look afterwards, see how it is interconnected and combined, and all those data are then entered in the model, so that we can do the projecting. This is the application, how it works. System also larvae are installed there, so you can. You also count with the temperature of water, etc. So it can be actually tuned up so that it works intuitively. With regard to our research, let me just mention that we have to go outside, that is in the field, so the education of the people doing that is important, because you need to teach the people basic practice to say how many mosquitoes there are in a bowl like this. When you look at it, it seems to be very easy, but then you take water and then how many mosquitoes. It can be actual difference from 5 to 50 mosquitoes. People are not even able to calculate them. If you do prediction, this is of key importance. So we try to teach people to calculate the numbers of mosquitoes in a bowl. It's a task. So, and we also use the 3D printer, so that we have a model which can be shared. So if you're interested, we have also telescopic bars, and so it's about 2 meters. There's a whole method on how to take those mosquitoes. You have to wait and not actually when they are in quiet condition, etc. And so when they are calm, etc. So it's complicated. So as we could hear several times, somebody doing some applications. We have specifically an application for monitoring of the pools. There is an indication of the pools. The collecting person actually also shows the stages of development of the mosquitoes, takes photos, etc. Applied larvicide, and it is actually, of course, entered in the server, and then other people then can see it who would go out to the field afterwards, and also the decision maker deciding about the application. So this is how it looks really. In the bowl there are not many mosquitoes, not much, but there are quite a lot of them here actually. We should make an analysis, but by taking a picture. But it works, in a PC, but it doesn't work in a cell phone. So maybe internet will help us in future. The positive is that you actually use also the mechanical things. It's really targeted only to the mosquitoes, to the two-winged mosquito, and the mosquitoes, and no other organisms or animals suffer from that. There is some education here. This is Mr. Mazamek from the regional sanitary station, who was of key importance in identifying the species. You see that you need to educate people, go out to the field with them, show them the larval stages of development of mosquitoes, etc. Now, we made such an instruction like microscopic images. It's not about the species, but the stages of mosquitoes. 1, 2, 3, which is quite important for identification of the or determining the larval size. Yes, and if you were cocoons, that's too late. Then you will have to wait till they hatch, and then they wait for another development cycle. As I mentioned, is the activity of mosquitoes and using the maps and emotional maps, when you can see where people are mostly bothered by them. Paradoxically enough, Olomouc was not that. It starts somewhere here. Skirbench trained those villages, actually key key places where it's most urgent. Now, how to put it together, everything, how to combine many things. We had sensor data, depths of the hatching places, the created a model, prediction, and we know which pools are underwater, and we can make decisions and go out to the field in time. But the human factor is necessary. People must go there. It cannot work quite independently of people and of the whole system. And now we tried. We are geosomatics. We made a digital twin of the territory. Like if you have a computer game, it's not too big, but 1-to-1 ratio, and all the data are integrated and depends on whether it's winter time, summertime, springtime, etc. And it's connected to sensors, so you see how much water there is, flooded pools, etc. It's important from the historical context. You see the development in times. It's not just a time lapse of the territory. You see the sequence of floods, etc., etc. Now let me sum it up. Our overall contribution is that what we have found out without local authorities you can't do. You have to come to terms because the mosquito knows no boundaries, so you have to cooperate. It's for a long time. It's not just like resolving it in 2 years. And we have found out that the spraying is very important with the use of drones, the checking of traps, and also going out to the field. What has also proved well to us are educational events for students and mainly for the specialists, and so there are a lot of information and problems that are hidden behind. Now, to conclude it fully, we know what, we know when, mainly, and how many. So ultimately it led to us being able to reduce the costs of buying the larvicide, human resources, and we have it under control. I don't say fully, but there is still actually space for improvement, but it is under our control. So we can make better decisions on that basis. This is a kind of summary again. About the observation, it's not magic. It's not magic. You have to go out to the field. It's a long distance running. You need the people. You need, of course, some financial contributions so it can work. But the main thing is that the Morava River basin is very specific, but you can transfer to them in Central Europe. We are in synergy. We have done that, but there are new possibilities. You have to work them out, not at local level, but go up to regions or perhaps the national level, because without some general framework, things would not work. Thank you very much for your attention.
State Environmental Fund of the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Jan Brus, děkujeme moc.
Jan Bruce, thank you very much. And now what comes to my mind is who else but the Norwegians should have projects regarding mosquitoes, and I admire the resilience of the successors of the Vikings, who really don't mind so much about the mosquitoes. So we will make this attempt in the TV show Miracles of the Nature. It's interesting. And what happens after we have a mosquito invasion, like the tiger mosquitoes, who will actually bring many illnesses. So the research may be even more topical than we are able to admit today. Let's go to the countryside, which is smart. The project of smart landscape is developed by the Czech University of Culture, and it's Petr Máca. That is the actual pilot farm for Amalia. Let's give him some applause. Petr Máca has the floor.
Nemám. Strašlivý. 15.
Dobrý den, dámy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the State Environmental Fund and the representatives of the Norway Grants who have made this project possible. I'm not the important person here, but those who worked with me, it's about 40 people on our team in total. I would like to tell you about the concept of the smart landscape and also the application which we implemented as part of the project. I will talk about the measures, the 5 measures, and their sustainability. So I will sum up each measure and each lesson learned by us. A smart landscape. It was the idea of the Czech University of Life Sciences. We focused on implementation of WIFE's solutions that should respond to matters concerning agricultural farming land. We are doing this on a pilot farm called Amalia. And besides this implementation, we also focus on looking for the smart solutions for the urban landscape. And another challenge for us are the superficial mines. I will show you the measures connected with that too. In terms of the Amalia, which is one of the main territories where we would like to build an innovation center, we are building it together with our colleagues. It's about 45 minutes from Prague, close to the Czech University of Life Sciences campus. It's about 45 minutes from Prague. We have implemented 5 main measures in this territory. The first one is the most essential one for us. It is the supportive decision-making system leading to a comprehensive approach to landscape and landscape management that and should overarch it. What we focus on is putting together big data about the landscape in general, various digital solutions. We try to show these digital solutions also in process-controlled models, digital models, and we try to promote the smart landscape and optimize the ecosystem services in the landscape and other services in the landscape, especially the agricultural one and forestry services. What we have gained from this package. The decision-making system is a system that receives data and produces new data. It is creating capacities and the human resources that can put together the system. It is putting together the capacities. It is alpha omega of all innovations. These are the 7 basic pillars of our supportive decision-making system. The system is not ready yet. It is still in progress, and we would like to use such building blocks so that we can get to quick decision-making based on data, not our assumptions, but on data that are more objective than our assumptions. What is very important are 7 main blocks. I don't have much time, so I will mention only some of them. in the course of this presentation. At the beginning, we tried to get the data. It's on the left at the start of the project, what data we had available. Then at the end of the project, it's 7.5 square kilometers. Some data we have in offline mode. Time resolution is different from samples of seconds to 1 month. We have various drones using sensorics for the whole Amalia territory. When you have such big data, you must have an infrastructure. We have an infrastructure for cloud computations in the Czech Republic. We have HPC environment at our university for analysis of this data. This is the first thing that is important for us, critical. That's the monitoring. At Amalia, we have 3 levels of monitoring. This is the most valuable level of monitoring. It measures flows into the atmosphere. Besides flow and water stream, it also measures the CO2 levels, and it is a critical station for monitoring the flow. It is also connected with other activities, for example, another project focused on the storage of carbon in the landscape. Here you can see one of many people who put together the parts of the monitoring network. This is the monitoring network in a network of small water streams. We have this is connected with a tank or like a water reservoir. It is small, and we had to take into changes of the climate. This pond was designed. At the back, we see one of the measures we took. It's a small photovoltaic power station. This measures the steam coming from the water surface. And the first thing we do when we have data, here you see results of one experiment. The green is beech, blue is spruce, and large. You can see that the spruce rise out the territory in this part. Each tree behaves differently. And of course, trees have different requirements when it comes to water, because spruce is very vulnerable. This is an example of one digital solution that is part of this decision-making system. It's the hydrological system. Drew tests. We connected this model to the open prediction from the Norwegian Meteorological Institute. This runs in a preparatory mode, and it will be connected with smart irrigations. Another digital solution is another hydrological model that we have been developing. together with the prediction system for the droughts, and part of the developers on the team also participated in development of this model in the Czech Republic. It is called Hammer, and we have extended the modeling tool in such a way so that it can use information about measures implemented in the agricultural landscape, so that it can be used for validation of the measures, so that they're effective, and at the same time so that we can use it for the predictions of changes of the climate. We have 200 simulations available there from the regional urban climate models. So that's the data TIX 5, 6, and lens file that we then use for proposals of the measures, and we want them to reflect the scenarios of the climate change, and the climate change that replicates hydrology serves us for this purpose to support these scenarios. Another solution are solutions, circular solutions, where we tried to respond to questions how it is possible to create and engineer a solution connected with the support of biodiversity systems. We created two types of photovoltaic power stations of a small type. One was stable. The other one was a mobile repumping power station. We want to test them. We test them in real operation, in real environment. Then there's a system of wetlands that collects water from the agricultural land, and it contains pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, and for the wetlands, in the wetlands we installed root cleaning devices. And we focus on retention of water in this area. And another package is focuses on drainage. Drainage for what is typical in the Czech Republic. Czech Republic, in 1/3 of its territory, has systematic drainage systems built. These drainage systems are functional. They change the nature of the territory. So when you come there at the time of drought, you see that you see them, and we test. The outflow then is slowed down, and it has consequences also on the other measures. Here you can see the drainages and the points where we did the quantitative and qualitative measures focused on two types of regulations. It's automatic and manual. And we are able to remotely open and close the drainage outflow when necessary. In this case, you see that the regulation drainage is connected with another measure. We try to combine the measures. Here you can see the support of biodiversity in agricultural land. It is these are bio zones. This is we set up monitoring of these factors, and this is biological monitoring. What you see further is that our activities were also focusing on exact fertilization, which is a factor that influences the agricultural land to a great extent, and also its biodiversity. When you use fertilizers that are uniform, It doesn't matter in what way and how much, how many fertilizers you use. Because the wrongly applied fertilizers then end up in places where you don't want them to end up in case of heavy rains, for example. So we have applied two types of fertilizing, variable and uniform fertilizing, and we compare how it is possible to reduce the dose of the fertilizers and to maintain the production function of the agricultural land. Another measure concerning the main the drainage are the measures connected with the drainage devices. Those are the deep ditches or moats in the landscape, as you know. And then however, we have made such a special system here where we retain water, and these this system is connected with the main drainage system, and we slow down the outflow in case of heavy rainfall. The fourth measure focuses on support of biodiversity in agricultural land. The support of biodiversity in agricultural land rested in three testing fields you probably heard about. This is the reaction in the whole territory to a 50-year rain. You can see the outflow of sediments on the area of 1 hectare here, and in such extreme rains, an important part of the soil gets flushed down, and then you see one type of measure that we use in Amalia for testing. It is a low-cost measure based on this foil. It is a simple foil that can capture a 50-year rain. It is cheap, and the farmers can use it and can protect the areas that are lower. Amalia is connected with forest territories in Krivoklad area. Here you can see various agrotechnical ways of plowing the land, and thanks to this project and activities of this project, we used the monitoring in this area that shows the inflows in this territory, and this is the big. These are the biggest attempts in the Czech, in the Central Europe, monitoring also erosion and impact on biodiversity. Here you can see the monitoring. In this space, you see the fields in the last block that focused on water forestry. One type of agroforestry was applied, and here at the top you can see the cows grazing, and in on 1 hectare, according to the new guidelines, because of the changes in microclimate and its impact on the agricultural land, we had to come up with new measures. And in Amalia, we tried an experiment. We have a number of sensors there. This is my colleague Radim Kotrba, and we communicate all measures with anyone who is interested, starting with ambassadors to students in secondary schools. who will meet with us next week, for example. You see Professor Bohdan Vojka, who explains the agro-technical way of agricultural land management. All 5 measures I just talked about are measures focusing on agroforestry, on drainages that consist from partial measures that are interconnected. Some of the measures focus on biodiversity in agricultural land, some of them on the circular solutions, and the measures focusing on big data are all interconnected, and they put together this system. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your words about the smart landscape. I must say it is a very hard job because meliorations have been built here for dozens of years. So it is hard to imagine, but 1/3 of arable land is drained. There is a sewage system there in the fields. The question is whether we should block them or not, and we can see that it can be also controlled remotely so that the water is retained and not released. And another and last presentation concerns bird parks as a tool for biodiversity protection. Gaspar Kčabrník from the Czech Ornithological Society is coming.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to present to you bird parks. In the example of one such bird park, which is called Kosteliska in southern Moravia, as a tool of biodiversity protection. In Czech Republic, we have quite decent network of protected areas which protect the most precious nature parts of where the biodiversity is very versatile, and we have known for long that this is not sufficient for the protection of biodiversity. And exactly the bird parks of the Czech Ornithology Company are a program which tries not only to protect biodiversity outside the protected areas, but also to actively approach the restoration of countryside with the aim of supporting the biodiversity. We have 6 bird parks at the present time, and I think that more of them will be in near future, and it's quite attractive topic for the public. And important is the concept that the bird parks are actually based primarily on donations from people who want to contribute to the development of bird parks. That's the basic concept. And the Czech Ornithology Company has more than 1,500 members. It's quite a good membership, for this program to work in the long run sustainably. We will go to southern Moravia now, and then we will go to one of those bird parks. We are a southern Moravian branch of the Czech Society for Ornithology. And the first thing that actually captured our attention are our birds, of course, but very early we started to organize excursions, trips, events for the public. And we realized also that it was not sufficient just to observe the birds, and we started to approach the protection of birds. And so we started to approach the nature protection actively, and started to take care of some pieces of land that are in need of care. and also some parts of the degraded landscape we started to restore. And also, what is very important for us is monitoring and observing of both the birds and landscape changes. So the way we approach this subject is that we try to support actively the biodiversity by restoring the countryside, and we have realized it's not possible to do it without engaging people, and this is from various points of view. And one of those points is such that the securing of bird parts, monitoring of them, and active care for those parks is not possible without involving a broad number of volunteers, active people, and collaborators across the sectors. We are in southern Moravia. This is the Kostelska Bird Park, established in 2020, and it's kind of a clean example of a restoration of nature, to the effect that the overwhelming part of the bird park was or still is degraded. It's not a nice view. It's a big inundation of invasive plants, topinambour, maples, and similar trees. And so we can also find parts in that bird park which are very interesting and valuable with regard to biodiversity, even though they are in on the sharp defenses of various wetlands and habitats, providing very good conditions for a renovation of biodiversity, which used to be there when there was traditional farming, or before the traditional farming was abandoned gradually. There was more and more actually overgrowth, and overgrowth by these plants that I've mentioned. This is a view in springtime of that area. Everything is grey orange that are covered by actually high grass that actually is a weed, and there are also places where biodiversity can spread. Like the goldenrod and so on. So there are actually nice places where you can do some farming or management. Very interesting species of birds that we could find a very small population in small spaces, and there's a huge potential for improving the conditions for those species on the basis of active management of that place. So main innovation of this project is the use of traditional methods that functioned for centuries, being there from very old days, and so those were people that took long care of those people, and there was a long time effect. And actually in terms of supporting the biodiversity. And now it came to an end, and after 30 years where there was a huge overgrowth, we come back to that place, and of course there are now mowers and machinery which helps today instead of the traditional hand tools, and the basis is the use of traditional management methods today in the park. And we try mainly in the areas actually implemented or conceived in this project. So we try to clean them first of all, do some prior management to actually remove the invasive plant and old overgrowth, and we used goats and sheep and within the Norway Grants project, we actually acquired these cows, which is one level higher because the cows can't be compared with just the sheep and of course ourselves and the mowers. Actually, there's no because they are much better in doing that. So the Norway grants came at a time when we started actually launched this bird park, and it enabled us to actually develop activities in the bird park and create kind of a basis for us being able to spread our activities further, covering some other parts of that park. So we've concentrated on about 10 hectares approximately, where we actually those places look like this, continuous overgrowth, and so we actually approached it. It is actually golden rod which covers the sphere, and so we now have 6 cows are actually carrying over in different places to the project. So it's about just the intensity which we have developed in the framework of the project. We've made various interventions in support of diversity, like making more light in the forest, because there are many dark forests everywhere. But you know, such forests with much light used for grazing purposes, there's not many of them, and they are very important for biodiversity. We approached that very actively, and modeling of the field in some places created pools where were actually two steep banks around the ponds, so we made some transitions from the very wet parts through the humid parts to the dry parts, and so it's a wide scale which is very important for biodiversity here. And as I say, what proved best or has proved best is the maintaining of these areas by grazing big cattle, and we also planted willows, and we actively cut the willows, which is again a traditional method of management, willow management in the region. And at the same time, the regular cutting of the willows is very beneficial for biodiversity increasing. Now, just an overview of what we have done. The red arrow shows what we have done within that project, and blue letters, the initiation management, the most difficult one when there's active approaching by hand. There's a cutting all those spheres, and the orange part, that is the cut parts, and we are able even to use tractors to go to some parts of that park, which is a big change. And actually the cattle, you can see, also represents the management by grazing cattle. What we are pleased about is a big interest in that territory, organizing our trips. The number of people which we actively usher through that territory is ever increasing. A number of programs within education, in the framework of educational, of environmental education, is organized. And so we are in the village of Dubňany in southern Moravia. That village Dubňany, prior to World War II, actually had the highest number of cows in southern Moravia. It was second or third village in size as far as the number of horses is concerned, and the number of cows freely grazing there. And in Dubňany, it's a close village, so we have horses there. Not only visitors are there to see a huge transformation of that landscape. You can see that in front of your eyes happening. Not only birds are being watched, there are more and more birds, but also flowers, beetles, etc. And recently many visitors come here to see the cows. It's sad that the local population used to be well known for having the largest numbers of cattle. Now, well, we're actually those whom we have to come to ourselves to reintroduce the cattle, the cows. And no wonder, because the cows are just beautiful. They are excellent in what they are doing, very efficiently. Efficient care for that piece of land, and they are very photogenic, of course. And these are some images of our educational activities. We try to involve the local population, local communities. We see the education in a very adventurous way. Kids and children come to test and try on their own skin, so to say, in rubber boots. So in the project of support from the Norway Grants, so we have restored more than 10 hectares. At present time, we take care for more than 30 hectares in that bird park, and we have available more than 60 hectares now. So our activity has been very speedy, and there are more and more pieces of land, more and more activities during the years, and we started with those 20 hectares. 10 hectares important also for the reason that we actually showed local population, visitors and officials that it could be very attractive, beneficial for them, for the locals and the visitors. And we created those pools, approximately 10 of them, and we made a whole number of other activities in support of biodiversity. What is interesting is that we have been monitoring the territory not only for the reasons of watching birds, but also other animals. It's important for us because just watching birds can be a little bit limiting for you, but you have to look at it comprehensively in the framework of support of the landscape and biodiversity, and have cooperation across. So we have a broad discussion, for example, about the current care, and also we plan the follow-up steps of what should be done, why it should be done, etc. When the botanists came there for the first time to look at the golden rod, they were very skeptical. They actually thought that without introducing some of the plants, we would not move from the place, that there would be a problem with the goldenrod for a long time. But we were all surprised because thanks to the management, the goldenrod has retreated very much, and many new species have appeared there. But we have been mostly surprised by the speed, because the meadows cannot be recognized from what they used to be, really changed before our own eyes, and a very let's say vivid growth, land coverage, and so comparing with some of the places where we still have the goldenrod. So this is the way to go, and there are also ways other ways to go, like in certain places, the cows are able to trample the soil and create special conditions for salt-liking species that appear there, or saline species, and waited in the seed bank for a long time for the good conditions for them. And very interesting species have emerged there, and the research has been taking place, and we are getting new emails with new discoveries. And the entomologists are even more enthusiastic. We can say that they've taken the locality as their own realm, so to say. They frequent that place, and they have it under the microscope, so to say. And now, with regard to the activities, the space has been kind of made free, microhabitats created, many new habitats. The species and frequency of species have actually been replenished, and also insect species now becoming more and more abundant. And so I think there's a huge potential of growth in that place. So we have followed the hydrobiological character of that place or territory. And the newly actually digged pools basically did not differ from all those in the neighborhood, and the actually reproduction of a whole number of amphibious animals have been identified, and those 10 pools have been occupied by invasive species of fish, and it's been very fast actually, and very fast development. During half a year, these new species have emerged, and the people and the places even did not dry out, and so there are many of those invasive fish species. And what threatens is that these new habitats may lose their significance for the biodiversity due to these new species, and we will have to do some active management of this locality. And birds, of course, it's a bird park, and so we are very much interested in birds. We have regular monitoring actions, and we monitor that place, and that has been changed very much. The species have changed. There are less species bound to dense overgrowth, and some kind of reed birds have disappeared, but there are more more precious actually species of birds appearing there. And what is important is that the pastures represent not only a pasture for cows, but there are tens to hundreds of geese, including geese families, grazing among the cows. Very interesting species is this bird you can see on the picture that can actually find food in fishes of cows. And so thank you very much for attention and for your support. We thank you, Mr. Gaspar Chomlik. This is for you. It's nice how the countryside can be transformed. You can try perhaps bisons like in Milovice, who can change that, transform that countryside, but also that special willows. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the last agenda item, and let's have the last session, that is the Q&A session. Now, are there any questions to our presenters? I see Mr. Baxi, who's a very resilient man.
Muž s otázkou, jsem zvědav, koho se budete ptát.
Se dvěma. No, poslední.
I have a question to the last two presentations. I would like to ask Mr. Matza about his experience. What caught my attention in his presentation is the information. I suppose it was the retainment of the underground outflow using the foils. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. What kind of experience do you have with it, and how long does it work, and how do you measure it, and so on? In terms of the anti-erosion measures, the foil lasts for about 3 years in the territory. The advantage is the fine soil stays in the field, is not carried away, and it is possible to plow it again as part of the maintenance of the soil. Our experience is very good, and it is mainly a simple and cheap solution. Of course, in the 3 fields where we monitor the erosion by a unique way, we have also other anti-erosion measures there besides this foil, and we compare these measures, and then we can provide specific recommendations based on our management. And in the upper field where there was the erosion, we have the forestation zones. We have the agroforestry system applied there now, and the erosion is very much minimalized there. So we can find alternative solutions also as part of the concept of the smart landscape. We're not saying that they're the best ones, but we can assess effectiveness of these measures and validate them, not based on our assumptions, even though our assumptions, of course, will always be important. If I put together any data, whether it's less wise data or wise data, a person element is always important. However, based on our experience, for the minimum, the foil can last for 3 or 4 years. And in situations like in Amalia case, it is in an area where there are many animals present. The deer, the hunters also see wild pigs there in the fields. So the foil, of course, then does not last so long. However, from our experience, it can be there for 3 or 4 years. I thought it was mainly because of water, so that the underground water doesn't flow away, but now I understand it better. Thank you. And the second question for the last speaker, if I may, Mr. Chamlik, is the rate of the fish invasion. This has been confirmed on the whole territory of the Czech Republic. I think this happened already the first within a year, within 6 months. Do you have an idea what it was caused by? The Crucian carp, it was a result of human activity. I am convinced that it was caused by birds because there were cows there. It was transferred by birds. I am asking because we have this experience in everywhere in the Czech Republic. When we put a lot of financial resources in the revitalization of the landscape, and if we have pools without fish as a rule, the question is whether we should not put in some species we would like to support so that these species don't get there. Thank you for your comment. It will will be important to monitor it further. We are only at the beginning now. Maybe if it doesn't work, if it doesn't dry out, or if the self-regulation doesn't work, then next time we will probably drop this type of management and we will leave it up to the natural depressions. And I also wanted to say that in Slovatsko we are a very traditional folklore region, and we know we can also use the animals like bisons and other domestic animals instead of bisons in some cases. If there are no more questions, I would like to close the conference with the support of Norway Grants. Today, any questions?
Just as a personal comment, by the end of this first day's conference, we have 2 meetings usually as a DPP with the program operator. That will be CEF in Czechia. And I have to say that in Czechia and in most other countries that I am involved in, we tend to concentrate on what went wrong. And now it's very inspiring for me to hear of all the successful stories. Some of them I have not seen since the application period for 4 or 5 years ago. But now we are coming to the end of the current Norway Grants period, and we can hear such wonderful results from various parts of the biodiversity domain, by the reforestation, restoration of degraded lands. And as I mentioned in my earlier intervention, 30% as a part of this Montreal Kunming Agreement, 30% of degraded lands is one of the targets to be restored by, was it 2050 or was it 2030? I do not remember. But anyway, I think some of the examples here are really great to see that you are approaching the targets in the Kunming-Montreal Agreement. Also to get back a stronger population of a good number of red-listed species. We are working with the same in Norway. Sometimes it's successful, sometimes it is not. But let me just repeat by the end that I'm really impressed what the PO, the CEF, has managed to do with all these applications. I know that many applications, it's not enough money to let them all start to implement their good ideas. So the final note, the next period, nobody knows when that will start, but let us hope, we pray for a short period of waiting time until the next period can continue. And some of these activities will not continue by national means, I am afraid. It's the same in Norway, that we rely on the Horizon money from the EU. We rely on foreign money of different sorts. And the same thing in Czechia. Some of these very good starts should continue in the next coming period. And if all these 27 EU countries agree on the agreement, it will go to the EU Commission. They will not take long time, I guess, to accept all the things. But then, of course, there is still a period to make a memorandum of understanding. So our most optimistic hope was that the new period of EEA and Norway Grants could start by autumn 25. That may be too optimistic, but let's hope. Thank you very much for an interesting day.
Děkujeme Sveinovi, tedy Betvikovi. Nebyla to otázka, bylo to...
Thank you. It was not a question, it was a summary. Thank you, and hope in it, so that the Norway funds starting hopefully in fall 2025 will start. So I would like to add that you will have all presentations available to you, including photos, pictures from today, and tomorrow we will continue. We will talk about technologies, and we will touch upon issues like removal of residues of drugs in waters. When around 2004, which is already a long time ago, about 20 years ago, I made a footage concerning hormonally active substances. Back then, it was something special. I thought that my bosses would praise me for that. However, at the same time, one Czech scientist said at that time that in Prague, under the city, a man will dive into underground water in Prague, and when he comes out, he will turn into a woman, and because of all the hormones in the underground water. So this is something that water treatment facilities cannot deal with in some cases. Next day, this issue was on the front pages of newspapers. However, I did not get any reward from my boss. The result was a catastrophe. My boss told me this was not a good idea because a few people may think that this is true, that this may actually happen. And I'm telling you, I told him, how many people do you think that this may happen, that this is not a joke? He thought maybe 5% of people may think so. He said 1.5 million people watched this yesterday on TV. So imagine how many dozens of thousands of people you ruined their holidays. So many people believe it. How many people sit in the Chamber of Deputies at the Parliament of the Czech Republic? I said 10. So take 5%. And he said, did they call? Yes, they called me already. The problem is very serious. Hormonally active substances and pollutants that cannot be cleaned at the water treatment facilities is a big problem. So we would like to thank the Norway Grants that you deal with this problem and that you help Czech scientists with new technologies and their introduction. But this is a topic for another moderator, mother host. My colleague will be here instead of me tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you liked this day, that it was inspirational for you. And this is not over yet. The last coffee break is ready for you now. So you will have also room for questions face to face. And I would like to say goodbye to you. My name is Vladimir Gořen, and I'm crossing my fingers for you. You are helping the Czech nature and its miracles. Goodbye.